Good evening, everyone. We will call to order the City Council meeting for May 17th, 2022. Unfortunately, Mayor Zaragoza was unable to be with us tonight, and our city manager is here remotely. You'll see his smiling face up on the screen up there. And so with that, we will proceed. Madam Clerk, if we could have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please.
Councilmember Pasua. Here. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perello. Councilmember Tehran.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
I do have an announcement. Pursuant to Government Code, Section 5495, 2.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive a $50 pay for convening this meeting. We are expecting Housing Authority Commissioner Jose Andrade and Commissioner Francisco Vega to join the meeting at 6 p.m. tonight. Thank you. The additional announcement, the posting of the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted in City Hall Bulletin Board on May 5th, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have two appointment items. The first one is a virtual presentation by Beacon's Executive Director, Mr. Bark, and I'm going to guess that the name is Baylor. I hope I didn't butcher it too terribly bad, sir. And this will be on Beacon structure, projects, and recent activities and accomplishments. And Ms. Golden, do you have any prefatory comments to this?
I apologize. I do not, but Mark is on the line and can start the presentation. Mark, do you have anything you'd like us to share? Or do you need to be able to share your screen?
No, but I understood you had the presentation. I can't share my screen, but I understood I sent the presentation. So let me know if you want me to operate it from my screen, and I will.
All right, let me check in the back. One moment on that.
Yeah, if not, I have it here. And
All right, Mark, it doesn't look like we have that loaded already. If it's easy enough for you to share the screen, we can give you the access to do that.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Let me bring it up. Here we go. And if I can share my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Ms. Klima, can you kill the house lights over this half of the? Turn them off. Kill was probably not a good choice of words.
And let me know if you can hear me well and if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
And let me first start by saying thank you for the opportunity to present a short presentation on Beacon. And I'm here really representing the Board of Directors of Beacon and the Chair, Supervisor Greg Hart, who actually could not be here tonight to present. And again, I want to apologize for the Zoom presentation, but I think we'll be able to make a compelling story nonetheless. So I just want to remind us all that we are Beacon. Beacon is a joint powers authority of the 8 local jurisdictions in Santa Barbara and Ventura County. Why is Beacon important, and why does it matter that regional leaders, including yourselves, support Beacon? The scientists have told us that in the absence of increased management efforts, we could lose between 1/3 and 2/3 of our beaches. So taking that as our charge, Beacon's been involved in beach erosion and beach nourishment activities since the 80s. And I want to just present several topics tonight. We'll just give you a briefing of Beacon's activities and its accomplishments. I will cover who we are, the emphasis on we, what we do, how we do our work. And again, why does it matter that we do our work jointly and collectively? Who is Beacon? We are Beacon. You are Beacon. Beacon are the 8 member agencies, the 6 cities and the 2 counties that formed together in the mid 80s, in a very visionary governance initiative to regional plan for sediment management. And I was reading a little bit of history, and I often assign the creation or the vision for Beacon to 2 personalities, one Naomi Schwartz in Santa Barbara County, and one to Supervisor John Flynn in Ventura County. But upon reading the history, in a conference that was held in Oxnard on regional governance, Supervisor Flynn is credited with suggesting that Beacon be formed out of the efforts of the regional governments. How is Beacon organized? Beacon is organized with 10 voting members, 2 supervisors from each county, and 1 council person from each city. And then, of course, there are alternates also assigned. In the most recent past, Beacon has established an executive committee. Beacon only meets every other month, and we needed to maintain and accelerate the momentum we've gained in the last few years with our activities. And in addition, we formed a science advisory committee because we've always relied on the best available science. But the threats to our regional natural resources are multiple and compound, and we need the best science advice we can get. So last year we impaneled a 12-person science advisory committee, including the leader of the panel that has studied regional beaches in the context of sea level rise threats that was referenced earlier on this slide. What does Beacon do? We attempt to develop long-term solutions to long-term problems and long-term threats. And we really focus on what's come to be called nature-based solutions. We've always had it in our mind that nourishing beaches was to protect the ecology and to protect human improvements. And we've stayed with that combined vision. And so we really focus on a series of projects that many of you have already read about or participated in: beach nourishment projects, beach and dune restoration projects, and now we call living shoreline projects, which really recreate coastal natural resources. Reference on this slide is one of the projects I will mention, Surfers Point in Ventura, which Beacon has been involved in and is quite a model. So we have a comprehensive long-term restoration plan, but we also work on very discrete projects to implement that plan. And this slide just enumerates some of them that have been very long-term involvements. And I will focus on some of the ones that really, focus in South Ventura County later on in my presentation. I want to go over how we do our work. We're a cooperative organization. We're a voluntary joint powers authority. Every jurisdiction is voluntarily joined for its own purposes and needs, but also for regional purposes and needs. We believe a regional JPA focused on the natural resources of the region does in fact provide efficiencies. It also lets us combine expertise and combine our efforts. And again, then we actually do our work on a regional basis. And as you know, Santa Barbara's sand eventually is Ventura's beaches, even though Ventura has the local generation of a lot of your beaches through the Ventura and Santa Clara rivers. But through littoral drift, you get a lot of Santa Barbara sand as well. Why does it matter that we do what we do? You know the answer to that already, because the beaches of our region are the core symbol of the region. And they're also one of the most important economic drivers within the region as well. What can we say Beacon's impact has been in terms of moving the needle and actually addressing beach erosion? In addition to the individual projects we've supported at Carpinteria and Goleta, Surfers Point and others, we have set the table for really, I think, rigorous regional planning and cooperation. And I think we have really good relationships with member agencies, including your own staff, where we can actually have agreement on methods and solutions that really involve us all. And a little commercial for Beacon: if not for Beacon, how will we govern the protection of our resources, natural resources along the coast. We believe Beacon was a visionary governance tool and remains a very important tool in the toolbox of coastal restoration. I want to remind everybody what you already know as well, and that is that the source of our sands comes from our landscapes, comes from our rivers and streams, comes from our bluff retreat, and it's really limited by many different impediments. And you know them: the railroad, the highways, urban development, the debris basins, flood control, and a lot of other infrastructure that has interrupted natural sand supply systems. But it's our goal through these nature-based initiatives and solutions to recreate those systems to the degree that we can, because we know they're now hybrid systems, of course. I want to just mention a few projects that go through kind of what Beacon can actually be as a value added. The Goleta Beach project, which is actually owned by the county in the city of Goleta, is actually an important regional resource in the Santa Barbara area. And we've been working to try to do demonstration projects there in Goleta, not just on land, but also in the shore. We have a couple of marine projects that we're trying to do on a kind of a whole basis of the ecology. We also have a regional monitoring project that we're going to extend to Ventura County, which we're starting in Santa Barbara County, and which will be shared with all the municipal jurisdictions on what kind of monitoring will be required to actually trigger proactive action for sea level rise adaptation. Again, this is another beach restoration project we've been involved in. And I think the important point here is that there are short-term ecological and environmental impacts to beach nourishment projects, but we spend a very lot of money and time analyzing those potential impacts and minimizing those by the time that we actually put sand on the beach. And in this picture, the sand that you can see far extended down the shoreline comes from a very small footprint of actual beach nourishment activities that are monitored and regulated so that they have minimal to no environmental impacts. We also develop public access stairway improvements and public access improvements in partnership with local jurisdictions. This happens to be in Ventura County at Mondos. This is one of the most important active recreation sites along the coast, and it's where a lot of water sports training for youth is undertaken. But as you can see, there's no safe access still after all these years of public use for this project. I want to mention Surfers Point just quickly because there is a choice to behold before us, and not to make too fine of a point of it, but Surfers Point's a good example of managed retreat, where we've actually restored a portion of the shoreline, and unmanaged retreat, where the threats of sea level rise and coastal storms can be seen today to still affect old improvements that we really do want to take out of the hazard zone and recreate natural systems. And this project is halfway done, is 10 years old, and through our monitoring of the dunes and the cobble and the beach, we know that it's really performed very well. You all might remember that in 15-16, we had an El Nino, and in 2017 and 2019, we had very powerful storms. This project performed as designed and is a model for other kinds of living shoreline projects. I mentioned the choice that we have, and I think it's a real one in terms of planning. We're not suggesting any place is necessarily right for managed retreat, but all our options should be open so we can look at these options and then choose the right course of action. We have a couple projects close by. This is an important one only in the context that Beacon has coastal water quality as a value. And you know that the county of Ventura has already done stormwater improvements that would allow for trash booming. And you know that the Ormond Lagoon waterway is a totally polluted trash receptacle on every storm event and regularly. And we need a partnership to do the installment of these trash booms that could actually help to minimize polluted runoff to our wetland resources at Ormond Lagoon. Another project that really is a next door project, very important. As you know, Wainini Beach has a managed sediment program. And in the absence of adequate management of that sediment program and actual adequate financial resources, there's a picture from 2013 that shows that in the absence of these nourishment activities, the beach will be lost and public infrastructure as well as private infrastructure will be threatened. I'm going to wrap this up to say, everything we do is in the context of a regional plan. We'd like to update our plan. We have plans to. We're seeking funds to do that so we can bring, as I said, the best available science to our implementation activities. Sorry. Oh, I want to mention Beacon's dues and its leverage on local resources. We try to take the dues that you provide generously to Beacon and make sure that we leverage those funds. And as this slide shows, it's a little out of date now. We've raised about $1.4 million to leverage the annual dues that you so generously provide to us. Let me just say it's been really nice to be able to come and talk to you about the Beacon story. I think it's an important story. Oxnard has been an important member of Beacon from the beginning, and we would like to maintain that partnership. We are going to have another Ventura Sand Summit upcoming in June, and members of your staff, I believe, have been invited in the past to participate in this update of what are the sediment strategies that we need to implement in the short term to support your part of the Santa Barbara littoral cell coastline. And with that, happy to answer any questions you may have. And again, thank you very much for the opportunity to present tonight.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions being asked, but if council has any questions, now would be the time to ask them. Or comments or anything. Councilmember Perrello.
Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions, I'll be going to answer them. When the sand is removed from the local beaches, where does the sand go? My understanding it's a canyon. Can you explain how that works? There have been proposals in the past to bring sand from British Columbia down to the area and build up beaches in Malibu. What is your opinion on that? And the third question is, what is your opinion with respect to the structures that are already built and the people are requesting rock improvement to protect them from potential, sea level rise? Thank you.
So the sand is mobilized through what we call littoral drift within the littoral cell, which in our case extends from northern Santa Barbara County all the way to Point Mugu. As you have indicated, there are submarine canyons, and we call them sinks, and that's where the sand goes. And we have big ones, Wainimi and Mugu. And we have suggested that we study this area in more detail as to sand bypass opportunities or sand recapture. The estimate is about 1 million cubic yards a year is lost to these canyons. But as you can imagine, these are very, very expensive and highly technical projects that have to be reviewed, and they require the involvement of state and federal funding. There's just no doubt about it. But we have a proposal. We've had a proposal out, and actually they've been studied in the past. They're not really relevant at this time in terms of their cost feasibility, but we're going to bring this back. With regard to bringing sand from long distances to support any individual project, I just, my sense is that we take our local resources to the maximum extent we can and apply them to local project areas. We believe either recharging the sand through some kind of northern bypass or actually doing a bypass at Mugu could actually provide additional sand for the littoral cell. I'm not trying to dodge the question. These are complicated technical issues that we're spending some time on, but the sinks are where the sand goes, and we have concept strategies to try to reduce the amount in our case. With regard to, as I said, to moving sand from British Columbia to Broad Beach, to me, that just seems, highly infeasible. And I think the fact that project has not been done yet because it doesn't have a source of feasibly available sand emphasizes the problem that, like water, sand is becoming an incredibly scarce resource that people are fighting over now. Beacon in our region is trying to develop strategies so that we can share our sand resources, not fight over them. And I actually think that that's part of the strategy that will allow our region to actually maintain the maximum amount of beaches that we can. With regard to the use of structures to support current infrastructure, we need all the tools in the toolbox. And in many cases, defense through structures will be appropriate and needed. In other cases, defense through living shorelines or managed retreat or a combination might likely be feasible. And we should evaluate all the projects on a case-by-case basis so we can get the best solution in a regional context, however, because as well as I do, that when you rock the coast, you create down coast scour of basically of the beach resources. So we need to take regional approaches so that neighboring properties aren't negatively affected by whatever solution property owners and governments would like to achieve. And I hope that's an answer that just makes us all think more about how complex this question is and how much time and money we should spend on agencies like Beacon to seek the best answers. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I wanted to mention that I am the representative on Beacon for the city of Oxnard. And I want to thank Mr. Baylor for his leadership on Beacon to look towards the future and really working through with all the cities that sit on Beacon to look at ways that we can reduce the impact in the future with studies and looking at projects to invest in each city. So just wanted to mention that as far as representation from the city and including what Oxnard will see through not only Ormond Beach and the Ormond Lagoon, but Oxnard shores. And a few meetings ago, we did have a presentation from former staff member Isidro Figueroa on the efforts through the city. So I just wanted to add those comments. And again, thank you, Mr. Baylor.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Beeler, I don't have any other requests to speak or comments. So thank you very much for your presentation. Very informative. I sat on Beacon for a time, and it's a valuable asset to all of the communities up and down the coast, Santa Barbara County and Ventura County. So thank you for your efforts and your work.
Good. Thank you again very much for letting me present.
Okay, that will take us to our second appointment item, which is a presentation by the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council on water quality.
I sent it to, I think, Steve and Eric. But it was on probably. No, the other one. There you go. There you go. And do I just say all right, no worries. Yeah, please show me. Okay. All right. Try not to be too trigger happy. Oh, that's a good idea. All right, now I go back. Oh, okay. So my name is Dave Copper. I'm a board member on the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council and a member of the Marine Advisory Committee. And I'm here to present to the board, to the council and the city staff, the water quality situation. We appreciate the opportunity to present this to you. I think many of you, maybe I think all of you have seen much earlier, and we've done a lot of work testing, and we'll have a pretty good update for you. One of the key background points is that the power plant was pumping 1.5 billion with a B gallons of water per month through the northern end of the Anderson Canal. And that had the beneficial impact of keeping the water relatively fresh, enhancing the tidal flow significantly. And that pumping stopped in 2018, and that's when we started to observe some problems in the water. I want to share with you our goals for the Marine Advisory Committee. There are two of them, and we think they operate in parallel. One is to make sure we have safe, swimmable water for everyone to enjoy in the county and the city. And also, to the extent we can, conserve water for agricultural or residential usage is important to us as well. I'd like to turn it over next to Chuck Carter. He's a fellow board member, and he has been leading our testing team efforts.
Thank you, council members, for letting us speak. Let's see, we want to go to the next one. So I'm the volunteer coordinator for the clean water team. We have collected samples following the QAPP, the Quality Assurance Project Plan that has been approved by the Water Board since January 2021. We've been collecting samples to determine if the water quality is meeting the state standards. The volunteers have provided labor to collect the samples and our own boats to pick up the samples. And the State Water Board agreed to pay for 12 months of laboratory processing costs in 2021, worth about $125,000. And we're looking for funding to continue the testing. We've got 12 months in the database, and we need to continue testing to see if the water quality is improving or continuing to degrade. You may remember back in 2018, we had an algal bloom in Channel Islands Harbor, caused the water to turn brown, smell bad, and had a minor fish kill. One of City Manager Alex Nguyen's first assignment was to show up at a homeowners association with hundreds of people saying, you've got to do something to fix this. So he did. He hired Aquatic Bioassay Consulting to determine what the cause of the algal bloom was. They produced a report. It's on the website if you're interested in the details. The takeaway are the algal bloom were caused by excessive nutrients from the agricultural runoff flowing into the harbor from Edison Canal, which creates a eutrophic condition, which is low dissolved oxygen that is harmful to fish. They recommended that we install remote sensors, which the city and the county paid for. And these graphs represent the dissolved oxygen levels in blue and the chlorophyll levels in green. And the critical level for dissolved oxygen is 5 parts per million. When the level drops below that dotted line on the left side, as you see, it happens frequently during the summer months, it is harmful to aquatic species. The chart on the right is a weekly view, so you can see the daily fluctuation. During the night, it drops below 5 parts per million. During the day, it rebounds. So Aquatic Bioassay Consulting is continuing to monitor these remote sensors. They'll alert the city if there are any problems with low dissolved oxygen continuing for several days, which could result in a fish die-off. They're also checking for toxic species that were part of the original problem. We also tested for toxicity. So we've got 15 sites that we monitor every month. The results for toxicity showed that during our wet weather testing and two of the wet weather testings and the dry weather testing, all of the samples, the little shrimp survived. However, in December 15th, we had 4 of the 9 sites where all of the fish, all the shrimp died, and we don't know why they died, but they're sort of like the canary in the coal mine. Their indicator is as the toxins work their way up the food chain, they could affect fish and they could affect people that are eating the fish. So we're a little concerned about that. And one reason we need to do more testing is only one of these resulted in failure. As you can see, during the wet weather testing, we also were testing for bacteria. Bacteria levels set by the state as a water quality objective is 104 most probable number. As you can see by this chart, we exceeded those numbers a lot, especially in the storm drains at Oxnard West Drain, Hemlock Drain were 3,500, 19,000. Those are astoundingly high numbers, but the scientists tell us that not to worry about it. They dissipate pretty quickly. But as we've tested over the 12 months, we've seen several sites that even when it's not raining have really high bacteria counts. So that's a concern to us. We think it's important to continue testing because the Water Board will use the data that we collect to determine if the water quality is meeting state standards. And if it's not, they can move the harbor to a 303D impaired water body list. That designation helps us get funding from EPA, from Ocean Protection Council, and it also allows the Water Board to establish TMDLs, total maximum daily load limits to impose on the dischargers levels that are acceptable. And it's a long process, takes 10 years for them to meet that. But that's the area we're headed for. The need for continued testing is because the 2026 integrated report deadline for additional sampling is October 21st of this year. So it's a long range process. We've got a year's worth of data. We haven't collected any data since March 29th, and we need funding so that we can continue to collect this data and provide it to the Water Board for their analysis. Dave will have some summary comments, and we'll be happy to answer any questions after that. Thank you.
All right, so what Chuck has clearly demonstrated is we have a triple threat to the harbor. We have elevated bacteria levels that makes the water unsafe for swimming and other water activities, primarily after rain. We've observed diminished dissolved oxygen levels every summer for the last 3 summers in a row since we've had the sensors in the water. And we are on the cusp of a fish kill almost every season with low levels, particularly at night. And then again, after it rains, we have elevated levels of toxins, which are fatal to those little shrimp, but also could impact the food chain negatively. And we want, as we said before, safe water that people can fish and swim into. I'd like to take a moment and, oops, wrong direction. There we go. Express our appreciation for what the City Council has already done in terms of designated some funds from the ARPA program for requesting some supplemental money from the supplemental state budget process. We'd like to recognize and thank Eric Hummel for his help with grants we've written. And we would like to thank especially our colleagues in Public Works, Michael Wolf, Steve Howlett, Heather, Deanna Nichols, Eric Story, and Lynn McGraw. They've all been helping with water collection, water sampling, shipping the containers that have the samples in them out to the various sites, as well as recently getting involved in a new harbor water quality task force that we have formed. Our ask of the City Council is 3 things. As Chuck has enumerated on, we need funds to continue the testing. We think the testing is important because it will help make our grant applications more compelling and more current with the data. We'd like to ask the City Council to authorize city staff to initiate a request for proposal. The idea here is that we can hit the ground running once the ARPA funds are released if we have made some progress in terms of what work we want to have done and who we would like to hire to do it. We also would like to ask the City Council to empower the city employees, particularly on the Harbor Water Quality Task Force. Currently, there is not, as to my knowledge at least, a department in the city responsible for harbor water quality. And that's understandable because it's only been a problem starting 4 years ago. And then we ask for your ongoing support for grant applications. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the City Council for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I have 3 requests to speak, so we'll take the speakers first, and then we'll go back to council members for
Sounds
comments
good.
or deliberation.
Under control.
And the first speaker is Ms. Debbie Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell, welcome. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good to see you all in person again. Was that 1.5 billion gallons a month? That was. Because here's kind of an issue that comes up for me. And I sent you a really long document that has a whole lot of history, and I hope some night you're bored and you'll actually read that whole thing.
I'm sorry, just a second. Madam Clerk, can you start the clock, please? Thank you.
What, you afraid I'll talk too long? So I'm not going to read that document. But what I wanted to say is that 1.5 billion gallons that was flowing through that kept us from identifying this issue was 1.5 billion gallons of water going into the ocean with the toxins that we're now seeing in the harbor. We have an opportunity in this petri dish of this beautiful harbor to look at what's coming from ag, what's coming off of our streets, what's coming off of the Oxnard Plain, what's coming from Port Hueneme. What we are putting into the ocean doesn't magically disappear. It goes into our food, it goes into our beaches, and Kitty Beach has for a really long time been unswimmable, unsafe, and that's in Ventura County. We need Oxnard to stand up and be the cohesive crier that goes to the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, that engages them in joining with us and actually seeing this as one single body of water that comes from all of Ventura County and washes into the ocean. It doesn't separate at the bridge. And Ventura County and the city of Oxnard were kind of called to the table years ago by the Beacon Foundation, not that same Beacon, when the planning was going on to expand the harbor into Mandalay. And what they wrote letters and they requested studies because originally where Vaughn's is, they wanted to put a swimming beach. And they said that far in without enough circulation, it would be unsafe. And the California Coastal Commission and all agencies agreed with them that should the power plant shut down, it would be unswimmable. Kitty Beach is unswimmable now, many, many months out of the year for the same reason. And this has been going on since way before the power plant closed. So what we're seeing with the increase in homelessness, the lack of those 1.5 billion gallons of water coming through a month is a concentration of what we, the city of Oxnard, the county of Ventura, are allowing to happen to our ocean and our food supply and our fish and our children and anyone who goes kayaking or enjoying the harbor. So I would ask that the city of Oxnard not only acknowledge and fund the continued testing, but to move forward. The county has spent millions of dollars on testing and not one dime, to my knowledge, on solving the problem.
10 seconds.
So thank you, and I hope you'll support this ongoing effort.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Renee Ayu.
Good evening. My name is Renee Ayu, and I'm with the Harbor and Beach Community Alliance. And we want to tell you that we support the efforts of this volunteer group because we think what they're doing is very important. And we're asking the city to give them the support that they need and the continued funding to keep up this important work, because we believe that prevention is a lot more cost effective than waiting for a calamity to happen at the harbor, which we've come very close to, as you know. And I also want to say that we also appreciate the efforts of this committee. I mean, they volunteer all their time and effort to this endeavor, which I mean, is really contributing on behalf of all the community. So I think the city, should help and support this effort because it's important and it's being done by volunteers committed to the community and city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that takes us to Ms. Carol Taylor.
Good evening. My name is Carol Taylor. I'm a resident of Mandalay Bay. And the first thing, I think the most important thing is to thank this team. What they do, volunteers, is absolutely amazing. But the problem is right now, what we're seeing is the entire burden of costs for water testing is currently slated to be hit on the North Harbor residents, as if only that portion of the harbor is causing a problem. That just doesn't feel equitable, and a disproportionate amount is being a disproportionate amount percentage is being tagged to Mandalay Bay homeowners. So I would like you to take a review of that. That's what we ask. And I'm also asking that you would please review, devise, and enforce a fair and equitable distribution of fiscal responsibility for not only water testing, but pollution mitigation, encompassing all stakeholders and all responsible entities. We really appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers that have called in?
We do not have any additional speakers. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Council members, are any comments? Councilwoman Lopez, you're still.
I left it from before, but I do have a question if I can, actually.
By all
Thank you.
means.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I wanted to follow up. I think, Mr. Charles, you made a comment about the body designation, and I just wanted to see if you could share a little bit more about what that means and from your work, how that would happen, how that designation would be
The
done.
designation of the water bodies.
Yes, you mentioned that, I believe, a 303D or something like that.
Yeah, so there's an integrated report that the water board creates, and they've identified 3 distinct water bodies in our area. One is Edison Canal. The other one is Mandalay Bay, so north of the bridge, and Channel Islands Harbor is south of the bridge. So those 3 water bodies are what they consider part of our watershed. Channel Islands Harbor, where Kitty Beach and Hobie Beach has been on the 303D list since 2003 for bacteria. And as Debbie pointed out, it has been posted closed, not safe for swimming several days, 30 days out of the year. And the county spent hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to remediate it. So they have a current a contract with Southern California Coastal Research to look upstream and say, well, maybe the bacteria is coming from Mandalay Bay, or maybe it's coming from Edison Canal. And so we've been having task force meetings with the county and ask them if they can use our data, or if Southern California Research Project can use the data that we've collected to answer that question a little quicker and a little less money. They spent $470,000 just on the Channel Islands, Harbor Beach, Kitty Beach, Hobie Beach area. So does that answer your question?
Yes, that does help. Thank you. Just want to get more information on what that entailed. So thank you. I just want to also follow in the public speakers' comments to thank you for your work. I mean, this presentation, a few slides, is just a glimpse of everything that you've all been doing. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Does he wish to speak on this item, or? Madam Clerk,
Could you please repeat that, Mayor Pro Tem?
is he requesting to speak on this item?
He's asking to speak on items not on the agenda.
Okay, thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Other comments, Councilmember Perillo?
Thank all the public speakers that spoke. I'd like to thank the staff, but I'd like to ask if someone could provide the speaker with a PowerPoint laser so we could put some things on the board. I know the answers, but I think it'd be wise to share with the rest of the council and whoever watches this. Can you show us where the drains are that come from the city of Hueneme and the city of Oxnard that go into the water body called the Channel Islands Harbor? On
Certainly.
whichever
So
slide you want.
the first slide that Dave put up is a great overview of, let me go back to, oops. An overview of, there we go. That slide is perfect. So on the left-hand side of Edison Canal, you see 2,400 acres of agricultural fields that drain into Edison Canal and eventually into Channel Islands Harbor. In the lower left-hand corner, you see a ditch called Doris Drain, which runs for 3 miles from Ventura Road across under the airport, across the fields, and dumps into Edison Canal right at this point. The area you see on the middle bottom of the screen is Mandalay, North Shore at Mandalay Bay. That is a 300 unit housing development that is proposed. So we're going to have more runoff, more urban runoff coming from that development. And as Dave pointed out, when the power plant was running, you see in the bottom right-hand corner, it flushed 1.5 billion gallons of water a month out to the ocean. And that took a lot of the pollutants from the agricultural runoff and other urban runoff into the ocean at the north end. Those pollutants don't have any place to go now except all the way south, 4.5 miles through Channel Islands Harbor and out the harbor entrance. So there's other drains. I don't have a pointer, but there's Fifth Street drain. So you see the bridge there, that's Fifth Street. There's another major drain there. And farther south is Woolly Drain. And all those drains run from Ventura Road, they're part of the Ventura County Watershed Protection District. They run through the urban areas, through the airport, through the farm fields, and they're discharging their drainage pollutants into Edison Canal, and ends up in our harbor. When the pumps were running, that was flushed out. It wasn't a problem. Pumps aren't running. We're going to may experience the same problem that we have at McGrath Lake. McGrath Lake has been polluted for 15 years because there's no place for that water to go. We're kind of in the same boat now. We have no place for that water to go except through our Channel Islands Harbor and out the harbor entrance.
And thank you, Mr. Carter. One of the,
A suggestion that the testing map that had all the numbers on it shows all the drains, including the urban drains.
Okay.
that's what I was hoping to get up there. And as you find that, the reason I'm wanted that brought up, because people in the city, whether it's the northeast, west, or south, they think, what has this got to do? Anything that comes off my streets going to the harbor? A tremendous amount of the city drains through the drainage system the city of Oxnard has, and our neighboring city, Port Hueneme, ends
Keep
up
on.
in the Channel Islands Harbor.
There we go.
And
Back one.
the second one you brought up, Mr. Carter, with respect to the ag. I was fortunate enough to be with you when your group went to Los Angeles for the regional water quality. And you learned something about the ag fields and the testing and monitoring of the ag fields. That's done sporadically, and it is, I believe, SMR's self-monitored regulation. The
Yes.
state admitted that this had not been verified for, do you have a recollection of how long?
So part of the TMDL that was issued for Hobie Beach and Kitty Beach required the Farm Bureau to test 4 times a year. And they have Larry Walker Associates that does the testing for them. And they have one monitoring site at Victoria and Doris Drain. That is not near the canal. It has been reported dry 50% of the time. So when it's dry, they say there's no problem there. It's dry because they're not at the discharge point into Edison Canal. And that's the only testing site that they have. So that's one of the reasons why it's important for us to establish some history, some science-based data to show that there is bacteria coming into the harbor. We're not testing at the end of the drain. We're testing in the middle of the canal or in the harbor. And these high bacteria levels are something that nobody has known about before. So the only historical information we have is 3 days in 2019 when ABC did their testing, and they did not test for bacteria. They only tested for nutrients. And we have a 2008 and a 2017 study that was done by Swamp for 2 days in each of those years. So there's not a lot of historical data. It's important that we get the data. As you saw from one of the earlier maps, the pollutants changed depending on the year, depending on the season, what's planted, how much irrigation is going on. So it's really important that we collect this data, present it to the water board, and allow them to make a decision about whether or not our water quality is meeting the state standards.
And I'd like to share this with the council. Recently, the work of the Neighborhood Pride organization of the volunteers that work with them cleaned up Patterson Road between Gonzales and Doris, took all the dead brush off the west side of the street, found a fence, and there's quite a few holes in the fence. And there were some serious concerns because as they got down towards the Doris end, the drain that comes underneath that subdivision comes out and goes through the field on its way to the ocean. There's water passes through there. These are not dry drains. And this is in the middle, in an unraining time that this water is continually running. So as the speaker mentioned, the other part is coming from an ag background, people do not want to take responsibility often, or they want to point the finger at somebody else. This is going to take a lot of cooperation with a lot of entities. It's not all the farmers, it's not all the city, it's not all the power plant, it's not all everything. This is what's called unintended consequences. I like to think of myself as somewhat of an environmentalist. We decided a decision was made to shut the power plant down by the operators, and this is the unintended consequence that happens. And when we find this, we can't just walk away, because this is not simply impacting the people that live by the beach. It's oftentimes considered the rich guys at the beach. This impacts the entire city of Oxnard if there's going to be a cleanup and a cost of a cleanup, And if you go to the areas where people use the beaches, you'll see that people come from, just look at the license plate frames, from a long way to use beaches in Ventura County. This is something that I hope that the council can, through our city management and legal, if need be, put some pressure to the other entities that they help pay for this, because this is something that needs to be addressed. And before I get off my soapbox, I'd like Mr. Carter to address something. Mr. Carter, your organization has been very successful in being accepted as qualified testers when you send samples in. You've saved the city of Oxnard and the county a tremendous amount of money, I believe hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can you explain what it amounts to, that your word and how you take the test is considered acceptable to the labs that provide this exacting detail back to the agencies? Please.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Perrella. We were following the water board's guidelines and the swamp procedures for collecting the data to make sure that it was science-based, had all the quality assurance metrics built into it, that they could be uploaded to the California Environmental Data Exchange Network, which is the official network that the water board uses. If it's not seed and quality, if it doesn't get into that database, they can't use it. So we passed our field audit back in October. We had the state program manager go out on the boat with us. He watched us go. He actually did the training before COVID, and he watched us do all this stuff. We had our standard operating procedure manuals. We passed with flying colors. So it's important that we've got a volunteer team of at least a dozen people that go out every month in their boats and no rain or shine. We're collecting these water samples, following those procedures to make sure they're science-based and acceptable to the water board.
Thank you. And just a reminder again to the public, it was mentioned $400 and some thousand was spent on the two beaches, Kitty Beach and the other beach, Hobie Beach, I believe. It isn't 400,000 that you've probably saved by doing the testing and volunteers that you have, but it's more than a few $100,000.
It is, yeah. So originally, the budget back in 2019 was $460,000 to have ABC do that testing. And city had a budget problem, and we volunteered to collect those data. The state water board volunteered to pay for the laboratory testing. So that saved the city $300,000, more than $300,000 in 2019, 2020. And we're willing to continue to do the collection at no charge for the boats and the labor hours.
And this is another example of the great people that live in the city, whether it's Neighborhood Pride or this organization helping out. I'd like to ask a question of staff if they can address this. Our understanding is the Edison Canal has recently been sold. Do we know what's going on with that? Can they share with the public?
We
And
don't
the
have
reason
any.
I ask is because there's some responsibility and liability, I would assume, with some transaction like that.
We don't have any recent information on that transaction.
We can, but potentially we'll be looking into it to share with this organization and the council.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you very much. Assistant
One of
Supervisor.
our members has contacted the new owner of NRG. We're planning to meet with them and find out if there's anything we can do to help them with their coastal commission grants, or if there's anything they can do to help us remediate some of the water problems.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for thanking Mr. Eric Hummel and the various staff members that you did for the assistance they give you. I appreciate it. Thank
Yes.
yous go a long way.
They've been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fisher, you look like you want to say something.
So it sounds like you're equating the ownership of the shuttered power plant with the ownership of the canal. Those are under separate ownership.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to thank the speakers and your team who came out and all the work that you've done. When I first came on board last year, 2021, for my appointment, we had a Zoom meeting and I was given, we talked about a number of things that are facing the community out there. And I want to say it was very eye-opening to be able to get a larger view of the issues that not only face the harbor and beach communities, but how they affect the entire city and even the entire region. As the Beacon presentation mentioned, the the beaches, they belong to all of us. We are stewards of them for the next generation, and they have no boundaries really. And so our water quality at our harbor, our water quality in the ocean, and the state of our beaches are incredibly important. I think there's no way to understate that. And I'm glad this slide is still up because this is where I had most of my notes. And I just want to thank you for bringing this up because this puts it really into perspective. For each of those data points, each of those measurements, you can see that if the threshold for being designated as impaired waters is 104, the lowest measurement on there I can see is 185, which is well above that threshold. But you can see at the southernmost end there, 19,863 for the bacteria levels. I want to thank you for this visual because I hope the general public can see that and understand where you all are coming from, and the fact that, as Councilmember Perillo said, this affects everybody. This affects the entire community. This affects all of Oxnard, and even I would venture to say Wainimi and Ventura, and those who come to visit our community as well. So I want to thank you for this, and I'm hoping that as time goes on here and we move forward, that we'll continue to be able to work together and collaboratively on continuing to tackle this issue. So thank you again for the presentation and the information.
It attracts tourists and has been a pristine harbor for years, for over 20 years, and we want to keep it that way. So as Debbie Mitchell pointed out, it's more cost efficient to do prevention than remediation. So we want to catch this problem before it gets out of hand.
Thank you very much.
I would just like to commit that I will touch base with Mr. Carmen Ramirez, the Board of Supervisors Chair, represents part of Oxnard, again, to try to restart this deal of one harbor, one county. This takes an effort by the Ventura County. This is not just the city of Oxnard issue. And it kind of like died, but it's got to get kicked in the pants and get going again.
So the Harbor Quality Task Force that Dave mentioned is, we've had our fourth meeting with the city and the county and the Farm Bureau to work out solutions that are beneficial to everybody. And we've done a lot of research. We brought in the NCRS, National Resource Conservation Service, which provides funding for the farmers to help the farmers understand how some of the projects that they could get funding for would reduce the pollution coming into the water and would recycle water and reduce the groundwater usage. So, we're working together for collaborative solutions. We could use some help. We've talked to Supervisor Ramirez and other officials about getting funding, state funding. So we're working, and we just need as much support as we can get from the city, the county, all of the stakeholders, and some of them are not really willing stakeholders. If we mentioned the NRG owner, they're bankrupt. The new owners, we kind of haven't even met them yet. The Edison Canal is owned by CenterPoint Energy. We've had several conversations with them about cleaning up the trash. They want to just get rid of the canal. So they're not a willing participant, but we're trying to drag them to the table and get them to help us out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate all of your efforts and the time and energy to bring this to us. Because of the way this is agendized, we can't take any specific action tonight, but we have heard your comments and concerns, and staff has heard them. So we will circle back with staff and see where this takes us. Ms. Golden, any additional information?
I just want to reiterate that the ARPA money that's designated, we will definitely be working with your group to ensure, as you requested, to make sure that that money can get out there to work through the mitigation, the water testing, and they'll continue to work with your organization. Thank you very much for all of your efforts and support.
Thank you all. That will take us to the opening ceremonies for the 6 p.m. meeting. Thank you all. Okay, we will start the 6 PM portion of the meeting. Thank you very much. If I could ask the people in the audience if you would take your conversation. Okay, good evening all. This is now the 6 PM regular portion of our meeting. We will start out first off with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States. And Councilmember Perrello, if you'd lead us in that. Okay, thank you very much. This is the ceremonial portion of our calendar. The first is a presentation of a proclamation designating the month of May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month. My understanding is Assistant Chief Shadinger is here, along with Roberta Griego and Maya Zumaya. If you would come forward, please.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald. I would like to make an announcement.
Yes.
Housing Authority Commissioner Jose Andrade and Housing Authority Commissioner Francisco Vega have joined the meeting as of 6 PM today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can go through either one, it doesn't matter. They both lead to the same place. Hi. We have a proclamation declaring this Mental Illness Awareness Month, May of 2022. And whereas there's a proven connection between good mental health and overall personal health, and whereas, according to the World Health Organization, over 450 million people suffer from a mental illness, and whereas suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in the United States, and the second leading cause among people ages 10 to 34, and 90% of the people who die by suicide have an underlying mental illness. And I'm sorry, this thing's got to go. Whereas public education and civic activities can encourage mental health and help improve the lives of individuals and families affected by mental illness. And whereas people with mental illness recover if given the necessary services and support in their communities. And whereas every individual and community can make a difference in helping end the silence and break the stigma that for too long has surrounded mental illness and discouraged people from getting the much needed assistance. And whereas the city of Oxnard, the Oxnard Police Department, the Oxnard Fire Department, and agencies throughout Ventura County will strive for community awareness and education by taking part of various events throughout the month of May, including the NAMI walks, Ventura County as an expression of commitment to connect with our community, to create awareness and support those dealing with mental health issues. And this is signed by the Mayor, John C. Zaragoza, on the 17th of May, 2022. And I'll start out with Chief Sheddinger. Do you have any comments to add or? No, Chief Hamilton? No. Would you like to make any comments?
Sure. I just want to thank the city of Oxnard and all the support of the first responders for coming out and helping us raise awareness for mental illness and supporting this very important initiative.
Yes, thank you so much. And it is very important what we're doing. We've had several events throughout the month of May, which the awareness have already brought people to us to receive help, to intervene on suicide attempts, and to get information out to people in need. So every event that we have is making an impact in the county. So thank you all for participating. And we hope you all join us on May 21st at Wainimi Beach for the NAMI walk at 9 a.m. in the morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, council members. Any additional comments from anyone? No? Thank you also very much for your work and your efforts.
Thank you so much.
Picture. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. This takes us to item number 2, presentation of a proclamation designating the week of May 24th to 31, 2022 as Beach Safety Week. And Chief Hamilton. I'm sorry, I have one extra. Misty? I have one other proclamation for you. I apologize. And this proclamation is Beach Safety Rip Current Awareness Week, May 23rd to 30th, 2022. And whereas the beautiful coastal beaches of Oxnard represent a world-renowned recreational resource, and whereas the residents of Oxnard and visitors alike are drawn to our beaches by thousands each year for water and beach activity, and whereas the aquatic environment has dangers, particularly rip currents that can be effectively managed through public safety awareness, and whereas for reasons of public safety, an annual reminder of joys and hazards associated with aquatic environment are appropriate at the commencement of the busy summer beach season. And whereas the residents of Oxnard and visitors alike must remember, learn rip current safety, obey posted signs and flags, enter water feet first, and wear a life jacket. Swim with a buddy, use sunscreen, and drink water and keep the beach and water clean. And this was signed by the Mayor, John C. Zaragoza, 17th of May, 2022. Chief, any comments?
I'll make a couple of brief comments. Thank you. Thank you so much for this proclamation. As the proclamation suggests, our beaches are a fantastic resource, and we want to just make sure that families can enjoy them safely, and so families and residents. And so we look forward to a summer, and I actually look forward to bringing forward a lifeguard proposal for council to consider in the not too distant future. I know you've been a huge advocate for that.
Thank you so much. Council members, any comments to add?
Chief, if you could just tell people what it is when they get caught in a rip current. A lot of times people hear it and swim with it.
Sure. So the question was what happens, what to do if you get caught in a rip current. The single most important thing to do is not panic. So this idea that you're going to get sucked under the water is not true. Allow the current to drag you out, and then you have to swim diagonal to the coast. So you have to swim up coast or down coast before you swim back in. But the single biggest thing you can do is just not panic. And because everything after that, likely, hopefully you're around other swimmers, surfers, they'll pick up that you're going to need some help. So if there's not a lifeguard on the beach.
Chief, thank you very much. Here's your proclamation. Stay safe as always. Are we waiting for a photo op? No?
I didn't bring the cavalry with me tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Takes us to item number 3, presentation of a proclamation designating June 18th, 2022 as the 31st annual Juneteenth celebration. And I understand that Angela Landers is here, and if you have anyone else with you to, that you would like to bring up, please step forward. What I'll do is read the proclamation, then I will hand the mic over to these distinguished people and ask them to introduce themselves so I don't have to butcher too many names. And then it's Juneteenth Celebration Day, June 18th of 2022, whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln legally and officially declared an end to slavery in the United States of America. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas to announce the Civil War had ended and all the enslaved were free. And whereas the announcement stated that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of rights, rights of property, pardon me, I lost my spot here, between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and hired labor. And whereas it was this act that formed the basis for Black Americans to celebrate Emancipation Day, a day set aside for this nation to celebrate freedom on June 19th. And whereas this day was the beginning of Juneteenth celebrations as former slaves celebrated their hard-won freedom. And whereas June 19th, 2022 will mark the 157th year of the celebration, the state of Texas declared Juneteenth a state holiday in 1980, and in California as a state holiday since 2003. It is celebrated across the nation with the mission to promote awareness, to cultivate knowledge and appreciation of African-American history and culture as American history. And whereas the 46th President of the United States of America, President Joe Biden, signed into law on June 17, 2021, declaring Juneteenth National Independence Day a nationwide federally observed holiday. And whereas on the weekend of June 18th, this year's celebration is sponsored by Juneteenth Celebration of Ventura County, also known as JC of VC, with the purpose of unifying and raising awareness of our history together. And whereas the Oxnard City Council wishes to recognize the importance of the Juneteenth celebration in Oxnard and commend the organizers for this meaningful and educational public event, saluting this special occasion. And this was signed by the Mayor, John Zaragoza, on the 17th day of this month, 2022. So I will present this to you. And then I will also ask you to introduce yourselves and make any comments that you choose to make.
Okay.
You want to start here first?
All right. One of our board members, Willie Clater. And next to me, our Juneteenth treasurer, Ruby Duras, Dr. Ruby Duras, and committee member, Eric Hicks, and also another committee member, Derek Wilson. So on behalf, my name is Angela Landers. I'm co-chair, Juneteenth co-chair, and on behalf of Juneteenth celebration of Ventura County, we wish to thank the council and the city of Oxnard for their support and participation in Juneteenth every year. Our celebration is meant to celebrate freedom, and we appreciate the community's support. And our event is just that, to celebrate our common shared commonalities as far as our enjoyment of food, our enjoyment of music, and our enjoyment of art. So we would ask that everyone please participate and join us on June 18th, 2022, the third Saturday of June from 10 to 5. And we will have our event out at Oxnard Plaza Park. So thank you and hope to see you there.
Thank you. Any other comments from the rest of the group? Here you are, sir.
Hi, again, my name is Willie Claytor. I've been doing this for over 30 years, celebrating this event. And I'd like to give my gratitude to the city of Oxnard for what they've done to help support us. And we definitely appreciate it, and we definitely need it. So thank you.
No, they don't get to talk to her. Anything else? No? Thank you all very much for what you do for our community and for the celebration that you put together. I'm looking forward to this being open and public again. So council members, any comments, or Councilmember Perrella?
I don't believe it can go without being said what happened in our nation a few days ago. I'll tell a little story. I was married and she was involved in cardiology, and she was involved in trying to get people hearts and transplants. And I learned from various different things, history. And the gentleman that invented the transplant, the blood transfusions, happened to be Black. And what happened to him when he died, an auto accident in the hospital that wouldn't treat him. There's a lot of things to be ashamed of in this country. And that's some of it. But it's a fantastic place. But this country's got a long way to go. And I'll share one that's much more personal. I learned from my dad, and I'm no saint. I am no saint. But I learned from my dad, who was in the Merchant Marines, when they taught him about when the ship goes down. When the ship goes down and a hand reaches under the water to grab somebody up so they can get a gulp of air, nobody looks at the color of the skin of the hand that's going to reach them to lift them up. When people get on shore, things change. Hopefully this world will change more, but it's tragedies that guns and race and all these screwed up things in this world. And thank you for letting me speak on that, Mayor.
Thank you all. Do you want us to get together for a final group picture? Or? Okay. You want a better picture? You get up here. Make sure you use wide angle for me. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, thank you all. And we have one final ceremonial item. I don't know where Diego is, but if you can find the air conditioner switch and turn it back on, I'd be very appreciative. Okay. The final item is recommitment of to resolution number 15,430, condemning racism, xenophobia, violence, and hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, that was originally signed last year. And I will just read it again to reaffirm our commitment to this philosophy. that the City Council of the City of Oxnard via Resolution 15,430 provides a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard condemning racism, xenophobia, violence, and hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, also referred to as AAPI community. Whereas the City of Oxnard supports inclusion and belonging for people of all races, genders, national origins, and ethnicities. And whereas since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, across the nation, inflammatory and xenophobic rhetoric has put AAPI persons, families, communities, and businesses at risk. And whereas such statements have promoted unfounded fears and perpetuated stigma, which have contributed to increasing rates of bullying, harassment, violence, hate crimes, and killings against AAPI persons. And whereas women and elderly AAPI persons have been especially targeted in a racially motivated attack or violent attacks causing great bodily injury or great bodily harm or death. And whereas despite these increasing acts of violence, Asian American Pacific Islanders have provided undeniably crucial contributions to the history of our nation. And whereas numerous individuals of AAPI descent have positively contributed to the history of the City of Oxnard. And whereas the City of Oxnard should condemn and combat racism, xenophobia, violence, and hate crimes against AAPI persons, and ensure that all persons are treated with dignity, equity, and respect, no matter their race, ethnicity, primary language, country of origin, religious beliefs, gender, or background. And so this is a recitation of what we previously approved last year, signed by Mayor John C. Zaragoza on the 30th day of March 2021, and we are recommitting to those beliefs as a United City Council. So thank you very much, all. Councilmember Tran.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I appreciate this item being brought back before us. Leading up to the month of May, knowing that it would be our AAPI Heritage Month, I felt that it was important that we remind ourselves as a body and our community about the commitment we made last year when I came on board. Councilmember Perello and I both felt strongly about the terrible incidents of hate that were happening directed towards our AAPI community throughout the nation and locally. And I appreciated this body being willing to state that as such and put that on the record that we were taking at least a stand in the form that we could through this resolution. That being said, now we are just over a year later from that, and these incidents continue. And I wouldn't be remiss to thank Councilmember Perello for bringing up the terrible tragedy that happened just over the weekend. And I have to say that we're focusing this particular item on reminding folks about the hate that is happening toward our AAPI community. But anywhere that we see hate, it's incumbent on us to take a stand and be part of the solution to end that. For some people, that may be taking whatever responsible physical action they can, whether that be contacting people who can intervene and increase safety, or whether it be speaking out, given the platforms they have, to remind people that this happens. And it's difficult to see these incidents continue to happen in 2022 and see the esteemed panel of folks we just had in the previous item who have fought so hard for equity, and we still continue that fight, and hate still exists. And I want to extend my thanks to everyone who continues this fight and will continue this fight. Lastly, I would just like to share that the coalition it's called Stop AAPI Hate. They have many data points, but some ones that I just like to leave folks with is that from the beginning of the established pandemic, March 19th, 2020, until the end of this last year, December 31st, 2021. They have a recorded 10,905 hate incidents directed toward the AAPI community in this country. Many of them are verbal harassment, physical assault. Over half of them occurred towards women. Many occurred towards elderly folks, and almost half of them occurred in public spaces. And it's a reminder that this exists out there, either obviously or under the surface. And if we are to combat it, we have to be willing to do something about it, no matter what it is. And in this capacity, I'm honored and grateful that this council is willing to remind folks that this is where we are as a council on this as well. And I hope our community feels the same. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perrello.
I'd just like to echo Councilmember Turan. She spoke from the heart. He's a genuine plus on this council, as every member on this council. It's disgusting, some of the things that happen. If you look at the history, there was a Asian Pacific Islanders event at the PAC over the weekend. There were people there, parking lot was full. It was an opportunity, it was free, ladies and gentlemen. It was an opportunity to really see something. And when you look at the history of this thing, the PAC, the mayor that was the mayor of Oxnard when that was built, Suhu, at one time he couldn't buy a house in certain areas of this city because of restrictions. We've had a resident from Oxnard, former council member, go to the state, work in the legislature. And most recently, we have one city manager who's doing, in my opinion, a tremendous job to bring us from where we were to where we hope to be and where we are right now. Tremendous. If I could ask Deputy City Manager, Ms. Klima, she might be able to recite it a little better. I don't know it completely, but there's a phrase. If nobody stands up for somebody when they're getting hammered, who's going to stand up for you when it's your turn to get hammered? Mrs. Klima, do you know that phrase? Can you please share it? Ladies and gentlemen, this crosses everything. Your sexual preference, the color of your skin, how much money you make, where the hell you come from, who you are, where you sit in society. This statement crosses all of that. Can you please help me out, Ms. McLean?
I'm looking it up. Hold on.
I apologize. I wish I didn't know.
She likes surprises.
From Hillel, right? If I'm not for myself, who will be for me? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And while we're waiting, I want to recognize Supervisor from the 5th District, Carmen Ramirez, former Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Oxnard. And Councilmember, thank you for joining us tonight, Supervisor. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Can you read it? It's not very long. Okay, all right. It's something to the effect that if while they were going after one group, I said nothing and somebody else went after somebody, I didn't say nothing. And then eventually there was nobody left to go after the group that was hammering me. And no matter how much you can think you're on top of the world, there will come a day when you're not on top of the world and you're going to look outside going, what the hell happened? We're supposed to be one nation. That's all.
Okay, we good?
That's it. That's it. That's it. Okay, so I think the poem that you're talking about is first they came for the socialists and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Is that the one you're talking about? Okay. And then they came for the trade unionists and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me and there was no one left to speak for me.
Okay, thank you very much. That will take us to the public comments on items not on the agenda. Please understand that this is for items that are under the jurisdiction of this body, but not agendized, and that we cannot take any specific action or engage in any specific conversation other than to refer where appropriate to staff. And I have one request to speak on the phone from Alexis. So if we can get Alexis in.
Alexis, please unmute by pressing *6. Hi, Alexis.
Hello.
You
Can
have
all
3
hear me?
minutes to speak. Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Alexis. I was born and raised in Oxnard, and I am a policy associate speaking on behalf of Community Environmental Council, a nonprofit whose mission is to build on-the-ground momentum to reverse the threat of the climate crisis. I am here today to respectfully ask the council to add a discussion item of adopting an all-electric building reach code ordinance for new construction to the agenda for a future council meeting. A building electrification reach code ordinance is a vital step in reducing the city of Oxnard's reliance on fossil fuels and would be compatible with the state's goal of carbon neutrality. And the decision to do so holds 3 benefits that I would like to highlight today. First is avoiding the many health implications of using gas in buildings, particularly in homes. Use of gas-fired appliances can mean that levels of carbon monoxide, NOx, and particulate matter indoors can often exceed the acceptable outdoor levels. And studies have also found a link between childhood asthma and use of gas stoves. Secondly is equity. Renters may not have the control of the appliances in their home and therefore not have agency over experiencing the health impacts that I mentioned here today. It's also important to pass the REACH code so that all Oxnard residents can have the benefits of electrification, particularly those most impacted by climate change and burdened by pollution, are not left behind. There's also momentum in multifamily projects moving to all electric. Lastly is price and financial benefits. Ordinance benefits of electrification do not come with a high cost burden, and foregoing gas hookups can reduce construction costs, and reports from the California Energy Commission show that all electric buildings across nearly all types of construction cost slightly less than mixed fueled counterparts. Now that these technologies are widely proven or more cost effective, and with 50 other jurisdictions having adopted similar building electrification REACH codes, including the cities of Santa Barbara and Ojai, while the County of Ventura and County of Santa Barbara are also developing such an ordinance, and Clean Power Alliance provides technical and financial support for this. This ordinance becomes a natural and important step towards reducing emissions and leading the way towards meeting the state's carbon neutrality goals. We have also developed a sign-on letter sent via written public comment on this matter with signers from environmental organizations that include Sea Frog, CAUSE, Sierra Club, Food and Water Watch, Mixteco Indigena Community Organizing Project, and Climate Reality Project of Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. We did receive the letter. We will ask a staff member to follow up with you if there's any additional information that we need.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, ma'am.
We have one more public speaker virtually.
On the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead and have them proceed, please.
Thank you. Public speaker with phone number ending in 2981. May I please have your name?
Chelsea.
Hi, Chelsea. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sophie Magallon, and I am a resident of Oxnard, California, and am speaking on behalf of the organization CAUSE, based in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. I would like to respectfully urge the city of Oxnard to adopt the building electrification REACH code ordinance for new construction, as it is in line with the state's goal of carbon neutrality and would stop our city's reliance on fossil fuels. This REACH code would promote a path to zero emissions for the health, equity, and economic justice for our Oxnard communities. Using gas in buildings and homes poses many health implications, since the use of gas-fired appliances produces indoor pollution from levels of carbon monoxide, NOx, and particulate matter, which studies have found a link between childhood asthma and the use of gas stoves. Setting these rules for new buildings is important for our community's health by avoiding leaching these chemicals in homes and reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. To add, 50 other jurisdictions have adopted similar building electrification REACH codes, including the cities of Santa Barbara and Ojai, and this ordinance becomes an important step towards reducing emissions and leading the way towards meeting the state's carbon neutrality goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have two additional speakers. The next speaker will be Mr. Lang Martinez.
Council members, my name is Lang Martinez. I am the homeless advocate for Ventura County. I'd like to start over by introducing.
Excuse me just a second, Mr. Martinez. Madam Clerk, the clock. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Thank you, sir.
There's a lot of things. I am the grandson of Horacio Martinez. My grandfather was a pioneering manager editor for the leading newspaper in La Piñon. And I am the maternal grandson. My grandfather was Tom Barrett. My grandfather was the youngest person to be in the Secret Service, and he protected President Roosevelt. My cousin, Suzanne DeWams, was Miss California 1982, and she came from Conejo Valley, and she represented Thousand Oaks. My cousin, Roger DeWams, was a sheriff out here in Ventura County, and I was homeless on your streets. December 5th, I was in an article in regards to the encampments in Halico, and I made some comments, and those comments that I made to Brian Barella actually are true. On December 10th, I was arrested, and I popped up on all your phones, and I was accused, and there was some allegations made against me. There was 3 felonies, and there was 4 special allegations. On the 4th of this month, I was in my office. I've gone through 5 months of hell. My sobriety date is July 25th, 2018. And I have that sobriety date. And I want to back up. All glory goes to God. But I do hold my sobriety date, and I do thank Oxnard PD for the life I have today. They play a major part in what I have today. I do thank them. I'm very hard to get along with, but I do hold them. And I love them dearly, and I do hold them responsible for where I'm at today. On the 4th of this month, I was in my office, and I received a phone call from KTLA. And they said, Mr. Martinez, would you like to make a comment? And I said, a comment to what? And then a phone call came in from the LA Times. And then I looked down on my phone, and it was my attorneys. And they said, Lang, it's over. You've been vindicated by the Ventura County District Attorney's Office, and all charges have been dropped against you. I no longer have those charges. The reason why I'm standing before you is to let you know is that when those charges were dropped against me, Miss Peggy Rivera, my mentor, and a lady that was part of the Homeless Commission here for years, mentored me. When I called her, all she did was she cried. And she stuck up for me, and she said, Lang did not commit those crimes. And she sent those out to people, seeing I told you so. And she said, Lang, I don't have a voice anymore. And she says, are you coming back? And I said, yeah, I'm coming back. Today, because these charges have been dismissed against me because of my family and my roots and who I am, right, I will be coming back. And I have the support of Children of the Night, and I have the support of NASCA.
Mr. Martinez, I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
So I'd like to thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker I have is Ariana Rivera. Thank you, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, so I want to give you a quick rundown of who I am. I dropped out of school at 15. I had 3 kids. Now I have 5 kids, 20, 19, 18, 13, and 10. And I put myself through school. So I am certified in makeup and car upholstery. That's what I do for a living. I haven't worked for anybody since 2013. And I make my own income. Fortunately, I had a house to make my own income out of. Last year on March 6th, unfortunately, the person I rent from sold their home. That left me in a spot where I did have a Section 8 voucher. I am not knowledgeable on a computer. I've never touched one in my life. I don't have to. I work with my hands. At that point, I did ask the Section 8 worker for assistance on filling out applications for rentals because you have to do everything online. That wasn't in, I didn't get help. I reached out to the homeless shelters because I have 51% custody of my kids. Father has 49. Fortunately, they have a great dad, so they've been with dad and they don't have to go through what I've had to go through the last year. But homeless shelters only take boys under the age of 11. So naturally, I declined the 2 slots that were offered to me because my family consists of people over the age of 11. When I went to One Stop and other resources such as that, they did have hotel vouchers through the COVID-19, but those are only offered to people who are mentally ill and are substance dependent, which that excluded me. Now, last month, I was, they took away my food stamps and my CalWorks. CalWorks because
30 seconds.
I did reach out to them and I asked for a hotel voucher and they asked me where the boys been staying. I said with their dad. But technically speaking, just to put it out there, it has demolished my whole family. It demolished my life. And I think that I should make that aware that there are regulations and restrictions that isolate people in my situation. And that's it.
No additional speakers. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you all. That takes us to item H1 review of information consent agenda. Would any council members like to pull any of the items off for independent discussion?
You have an item before that under G1, I believe, under City Council.
Oh, I'm sorry. Got a little bit ahead of myself. We'll go back to item G, City Council, Housing Authority, Successor Agency, Financing Authority, Business Committee reports. First is City Manager Department, Ms. Golden.
There's no city manager update this evening, but we do have item G1 for the appointment to the mobile home. We had a pre-recorded video on that, but happy to answer any questions if you have those.
Okay. And this is a request that we authorize the mayor to appoint members to serve on the city's mobile home rent or park rent review board. And the recommendation is that the mayor, with the concurrence of city council, make the following appointments to the mobile home park rent review board. Ms. Felipe Flores, Cynthia Daniels, and Martin Lee Remen. So any discussions on this item? Councilmember Perrello.
Yes, I just have one question. It recently came up on another board that I serve. An issue came up with respect to apparent conflict. And I'm asking, if we don't at this time request the people that serve on these boards to go through the training that council members go through, whether it's ethics or conflict of interest or sexual harassment training, can we consider adding that to the people that serve on these CAGs so that nobody gets blindsided with an account that is a claim that they may end up having to defend themselves through no fault of their own, except that they were not given any training or direction? That's the only comment I have. I have no disparaging comments about the individuals here in question or the mobile home rent stabilization, but it's an opportunity to publicly ask that question.
So I believe that because these appointed positions within their jurisdiction on the board they sit have to do with real property decisions, that they are listed on the city's local conflict of interest code and are required to take the AB 1234 training. I can confirm that, however, after the meeting and get back to you on that.
I am aware that we had an issue with one of the CAGs. I think it was a senior commission that there was an issue, and I just want to make sure that everybody gets a fair shake that's on these commissions and no surprises. The individuals that have gotten these surprising letters from another agency on another board are extremely surprised and on their own when it comes to legal, needing to get legal help. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? What's the pleasure of council?
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Councilmember Turan, a second by Councilwoman Basua. If everyone would please vote.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
6-0.
Okay, do any of the council members have any? Any council member reports or any informational items they want to share with the public? Yes. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Temp, and welcome to our supervisor again, Carmen Ramirez. I had the pleasure of attending SCAG and she was there. She's part of the board. So that was great thing. Had an opportunity to attend a few classes in Palm Desert. So I was happy. I also attended the police memorial that the city of Oxnard had. I had never attended. Obviously, because of COVID, it wasn't going on in the prior years. Very emotional. I had never attended such an event, and the pride that our police officers show for the fallen heroes brought tears to my eyes. So if you get a chance to ever attend, I would greatly encourage you to do so. And those are all the comments I have. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Turan.
Oh, I believe someone else is before me, Mayor Pro Tem. Number 2.
Well, you're showing that. Okay, Councilwoman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Turan. I wanted to share just briefly, very recently, I attended a Rio School District luncheon. It was called the Student of Inspiration. And I thought it was a really great event to recognize students from every school in the Rio District and their leadership as young people, as students. And I want to commend the district for the work that they're doing to celebrate these students in such a way. It happened outside of the school, a luncheon where their parents were invited, and it was just a really great celebration. So, and that brings me to this time of year, which is a lot of graduations, and I'm happy to see so many positive celebrations out there and so many accomplishments by Oxnard residents and extended family, from graduations from Cal Lutheran to this coming Thursday, the community college graduations from Ventura and Oxnard College. So I want to send a big congratulations to all students throughout the city for their hard work and sacrifice and accomplishment to reach their goals. And then lastly, a request that I have is coming out of recent news, as we have seen with the possible overturning of the Roe v. Wade by the US Supreme Court. And about a year ago, a Planned Parenthood health center opened up in the city of Oxnard. And so I want to make a request for a resolution to come to the city council that supports women's rights and support for reproductive freedom, including abortion, and the possible state constitutional amendment to support these rights. So that is my request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then that will take us to Councilmember Turan, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. First, before I get to my comments, I would like to second or echo what Councilwoman Lopez has brought up, and looking at having this item come back to the council for review and potential expression of support for what's facing us today as a nation. And so thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, and with that request, since we have a request and a second to support that, we'll refer that back to Ms. Golden to be reviewed by city staff. So thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank
thank
you.
you, Ms. Golden. For my council comments, I have a couple quick items. Last Tuesday, I was fortunate to be asked to present to a Cal Poly grad students from Professor Frank Warren's Leadership and Management and Public Policy course. And it was over Zoom, so I didn't have to travel all the way to Cal Poly. So that's the world we live in, but it was really great. And there was a student also from Ventura County who was very excited to hear about the many things Oxnard is working on and the changes we've made since she had left the county to go to school. And I want to share with the public and this body that many of the students were from all over, but were very excited and impressed with the work that is continuing in the city of Oxnard, at least in the way I framed it for them. But I was very excited to be able to share with them the great work that's happening here and the many work around equity that's happening in our city as well. I was able to attend the Public Works Appreciation Day at the wastewater facility yesterday. I want to thank our Public Works Director for the invite to that and the folks who were there from staff who were very accommodating, and we were able to recognize Public Works, at least at that facility at that time, and we all shared some ice cream as well, which was great. And the Carriage Square Neighborhood Council will be meeting this Thursday, the 19th at Curran School. I believe their start time is 7 p.m. My apologies for not noting that. Next week, next Thursday, the 26th, the Fremont North Neighborhood Council will be meeting. They will be on Zoom for at least one more meeting. It will be an election meeting too. So if you live in the Fremont North neighborhood, please, I hope you can attend to be able to participate in their election and hear the items on their agenda. Then I wanted to share there will be a grand opening this coming Sunday for 333 Studios located at 1200 North Ventura Road. And this is a business that was started by a young entrepreneur in the city of Oxnard. And her name is Rosalina, and she has been great. And I know that I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for helping her. I know that she got a little stuck in our permitting process, and he was able to step in and kind of help guide her with that. And I want to thank our planning department for helping with that as well. And that has led to a young entrepreneur starting a new hair salon with a number of other amenities or offerings there as well. So if you're looking for a new space for that kind of work, it's a good place to check out. And she's very community oriented, and she said she actually grew up across the street on the other side of Ventura Road from where she now has opened her new business. So lastly, I want to thank the staff from MyCop. We met last week and discussed a number of things, including their work throughout the city of Oxnard and throughout the region. And I know that their assistant director, Genevieve Flores Haro, had spoken on public comments a few weeks ago. And we had a really great, productive conversation about all of the offerings they do and all of the work that they offer for our Indigenous community. And so with that, I would like to make a request of staff to have a future appointment item where the folks from MyCop can come out and tell us about what they do and also tell us about the rich culture that they foster and work with within our community. And those are my comments. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you. And I would support Councilmember Turan's request to do the presentation. I talked with Ms. Hara Flores over the weekend. I know she's very interested in coming and doing a presentation to us. So Ms. Golden, if we can take a look at that, please. And then Councilmember Madrigal.
Thank you very much. Real quickly, I had the pleasure of attending the Rose Park neighborhood meeting. And as with anything, it was the first meeting in person in about 2 years. So, you had issues within the neighborhood that have, probably plagued not just that neighborhood, but many neighborhoods in the area. Second of all, I want to thank Supervisor Ramirez. I reached out to her last week and, she was quick to reach back out and help me out with a problem situation I had in my neighborhood. So I want to thank her. I had the pleasure last Thursday of speaking with a class at Oxnard College, discussing not only City of Oxnard, but discussing local, state, and federal governments with them. So it was eye-opening. And actually, a lot of those students are graduating this upcoming week. And lastly, speaking of graduations, I want to give a huge shout out to my youngest sister who received her master's degree in public policy and administration from Cal Lutheran. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Perrello.
Thank you, Mayor. Over the last week, since the last meeting, there's been several things that have happened. With Supervisor Ramirez in the audience, I would like to thank her for assisting in the cleanup on Teal Club Road between Patterson and Ventura Road. It had been a pigsty for a long time. A lot of fires were lit under people. It took a while, and I want to thank Ms. Ramirez and whatever members of the staff at the county assisted. In fairness, I want to thank Matt Levere for assisting with cleaning up stuff that was on Harbor and Gonzales Road. So thank you to the Board of Supervisors for cleaning up their area. In all open, honest transparency, 99.99% of the times, those materials that are dumped are coming from residents in Oxnard. We have free dump days. We have all sorts of organized cleanups, and yet our residents still dump trash where it shouldn't. On Olds Road, off Edding, there was a tremendous dumping site, but the county took advantage of the opportunity of stationary cameras, signage, and it's very, very clean now. Maybe we can do something like that and work in conjunction with the county. I had an opportunity to attend the Airport Authority, where our fellow council member, Councilmember Lopez, chairs the organization for the Oxnard Airport Authority. Had an opportunity for the Ventura Regional Sanitation District, the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management, and the Ventura County, it's called VCOG, Ventura County Organization of Governments, I believe is the thing. At that organization, there was presentations by 3 water agencies, Callegas, Casitas, and United. I really believe the city of Oxnard needs to get the people from Callegas to repeat the presentation that they gave at that board. Why that organization has the meetings in Camarillo City Hall and they're not taped is absurd, almost asinine. The information should be shared with everybody that's on a council. They can't all go to the same meetings, but the information is tremendous. And I see the gentleman that gave the presentation, when he was asked a question by one of the mayors, I believe, what's going to happen with the water restrictions for business and others. That's eye-opening for anybody that has a business or lives in the city of Oxnard. Truthful answers. A lot of people don't like truth, but they need to hear it. I hope that we can have that presented. Had an opportunity to attend a social function. It was a fundraiser for the Ventura County Medical Resources Foundation. Supervisor Ramirez was there, well attended. There is an organization that solicits funds for the underserved, and they have raffles and they have auctions and various things. And one of the things that was very interesting, some go for big tickets and some go for small tickets. And as the auction was going along and they tried to lower the amount to get into the auction, they labeled it as another set of braces for a kid. People stepped up and bought one hell of a lot of set of braces for kids. They don't know who they are. The money's going for a good cause. And then they gave awards to the doctors that are doing these things free. It's a tremendous organization. Ventura County Medical Resources Foundation. If you don't know anything about it, I hope you look it up. With respect to Councilmember Lopez's request, I wholeheartedly support that. But I would like everybody to remember something. If the Equal Rights Amendment, giving women the same rights as men in this country, was passed as an amendment to this country, we'd be in a different state, but it hasn't been passed. And why can't we put the screws to those states that don't treat women equally? California is a leader. We still got problems, but when we don't have enough states that will get this passed, that speaks very poorly of our nation. Every one of us comes into this world via a woman, and we can't treat them the same. Nationally, I want to compliment Lopez for bringing it up.
Thank you, Councilmember. I had the opportunity over the weekend to participate in the Diversity Collective's AIDS, HIV walk in Ventura. I didn't walk, but they asked me to provide some comments. And I was joined there by a council member from City of Ventura and also one from City of Simi Valley. So it was a wonderful event, a worthwhile cause. And I was proud to be asked to be there. We also had meetings last week from VCTC and Gold Coast Transportation, the week before actually. And then finally, I attended the police memorial ceremony last week, along with several other council members. And the thing that was a little heartrending to me was that when you see the honor guard standing next to the pictures of the officers that have been lost in the line of duty, and most people wouldn't recognize this unless they are really familiar with the department, but the honor guard member standing next to John Adair's picture was actually John Adair's son, who is now a police officer with the city of Oxnard. So I apologize, my voice is breaking a little bit, but it's just really moving for me. So thank you to everyone that did attend. They always put on an excellent event. For such a sad moment, it really does bring pride to the city and the department. So Chief, kudos to you and your staff. Thank you very much. And all those that participated. So if there are no more comments, that will take us to review. I'm sorry, Councilmember Perla, sir.
My apologies to the council and the public. I forgot one thing. I also want to thank Mayor Pro Tem McDonald. I was sitting next to him and he pointed out the young man whose father was the picture. And it was a big deal, a big deal. But there's one other thing that I want to mention separate from that. Our Public Works Department is led by Michael Wolf. The Public Works Department has taken it upon themselves to talk with their staff to try to get something going, to take possibly a different route to work or from work every day. And if they see something similar to 311, to, as I mentioned, areas of our city that are dumping grounds, that they call it in. I believe it's called Team Oxnard. It's not attempting to get one department against another department, but there are members of that department that have taken advantage. And I want to thank Mr. Wolf for bringing this up. And I want to thank Mr. Wolf for sharing the names. And I'd like to compliment them publicly. The names for the individuals that have helped: Miguel Sanchez, Lourdes Arcia, Robert Quintana, Regina Cuevas, Gianna Porracia, Ellen Narica, Giovanni Rodriguez, Abraham Maldonado, and Leonard Romo. Thank you very much. And you may have started something that will really help the city of Oxnard. 311 is the cheapest thing you can do to help the city of Oxnard and yourself. A different route to work. If you see something, say something. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for letting me see.
Thank you, Councilmember. That will conclude this item. This takes us to H, review of the information consent agenda. Are there any items in info consent that council members would like to pull off for discussion? I'm sorry? J3. Do you want to pull out just for comment or a separate vote? Go ahead and make your comments on J3.
With the recent fires at Channel Islands and Wainimi High School, the resource officer may not have been able to be involved, but the definite need for resource officers and the state of the nation with guns and the number of guns that our police department take off the street and things that happen in youthful exuberance, the passions of youth are less often tempered with wisdom until you get to be old. And then you get a little older and you realize it wasn't worth it. I support this totally, but I want to compliment our police department and our fire department for finding as much information as they can and our attempts to hold those people accountable. As I mentioned earlier, there's an issue with water. It's a tremendous resource, a limited resource, but the taxpayers' funds is almost as limited as water. And you can't keep destroying things and expecting the taxpayers to come back. Thank you.
And Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on the info consent?
We do not have any public speakers for this item. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If there's no further discussion, what would be the pleasure of council?
I'll move approval, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Councilmember Lopez and a second by Councilmember Perrello. And if you would vote, please.
May I please ask you to vote again?
No. Okay, we'll go back to the old fashioned way. If you just do a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, consent items 1 through 7 are approved, 6-0. May I also have a second vote for item number 8, Housing Department, to include our Housing Authority Commissioners?
Okay, so this will be a separate vote on item number 8, which includes our housing commissioners, Commissioner Andrade and Commissioner Vega. If you would all vote, please.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, can we please ask you to clear your displays and do a separate vote for consent item number 8?
Okay, that's what I thought I just did. Oh, okay. How about if we just do a roll call vote on item 8? We'll do it that way.
Sure thing. Councilmember Pasua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello. Councilmember Tehran.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Commissioner Jose Andrade. Commissioner Francisco Vega.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 8-0.
And Ms. Golden, do you have any comments?
Yes, on the first motion, Councilmember Lopez didn't register a vote. It wasn't working, so we just need to make sure and get your vote recorded for a yes or a no on items 1 through 7.
Yes.
Thank
On
you.
items 1 through 7. Thank you.
And I would also like to confirm that we did have a first by Councilmember Lopez and a second by Councilmember Perrello. Thank you.
Okay. That, and Councilmember Madrigal, you had a request to move something on the agenda to,
Yes, I did. It was if we could possibly move up agenda item, I'm so sorry, if 4 and 5.
okay, for the housing department.
Yes.
So the request is to move L4 and L5 forward and deal with them now, and then we can go back to the public hearing, correct?
Yes, if possible.
And what's the concurrent, with the concurrence of council, we can do that. Okay,
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we're going to take items L4 and L5, and then we will return to the public hearing portion. So,
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
okay. So item 4, L4, Housing Department, Central Terrace Apartments located at 217 to 235 East 6th Street in downtown Oxnard. And the recommendation is, one, that City Council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard approving and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute and take all needed actions in consultation with city attorney relative to entering into an assignment of city loan documents, loan writer, and subordination agreement in connection with that certain loan provided by city to many mansions for the development of Central Terrace Apartments affordable housing project. And two, authorize the city manager or designee to execute an assignment, assumption, and modification agreement and loan writer by and between the city of Oxnard, Many Mansions, a California nonprofit benefit corporation, relative to entering into an assignment of city loan documents. Okay, nonprofit public benefit corporation and Central Terrace limited partnership, a California limited partnership. And three, authorize the city manager or designee to execute a subordination agreement by and among Banner Bank, a Washington corporation, the city of Oxnard, and Central Terrace LP, California limited partnership. And four, authorize the city manager or designee to execute the First Amendment to the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities implementation agreement by and between the city of Oxnard and Many Mansions, a California nonprofit public corporation. And pursuant to Measure M, a pre-recorded presentation was available on the city's YouTube channel. And staff here for this presentation is Mr. Ramirez. Does council have any questions or additional comments for Mr. Ramirez? And Ms. Golden, you have a comment? No? You sure?
I'm sure.
Okay, you can comment if you like.
I'll hold my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council members have any comments or need for additional information? Do you really have a comment or are you following Ms. Golden's lead?
No, I'll hold my comments too. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Ramirez, I'm not seeing a huge flocking of people ask you any questions. So I would ask council, what's the pleasure of council?
I'll second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Councilwoman Basua, a second by Councilmember Turan. And is this? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, you guys look alike. I can't tell you apart. And the masks don't help any either. I apologize. Councilmember Madrigal was the second, not Councilmember Turan. My apologies. And this is a measure of or a vote of just city council, so we could all vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like me to say the roll call?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello.
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
And if we can bring our IT personnel, we can just throw these voting things away for tonight or whatever will be. Okay. That will take us to item 5, L5. Again, the Housing Department, and that's the second one you requested, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Subject is Homeless Solution Center, 241 West Second Street. The recommendation is that the city council, one, adopt a resolution of the city council of the city of Oxnard approving and authorizing the mayor to execute a final financial cost sharing agreement by and between the city of Oxnard and the county of Ventura, and further authorizing the city manager or designee to execute and take all needed actions relative to entering into a permanent local housing allocation loan agreement and a Measure O loan agreement with Mercy Housing or Mercy House Living Centers for the construction of the tenant improvements for the navigation center located within the proposed Homeless Solution Center project. And two, authorize the mayor to execute a financial cost sharing agreement by and between the city of Oxnard and the county of Ventura for the financial sharing arrangement for the development and operation of the permanent year-round navigation center to be located on the ground floor of the Homeless Solutions Center. And 3, approve and authorize the city manager or designee to execute the first agreement or First Amendment to the Disposition and Development Agreement by and between the City of Oxnard and Housing Trust Fund, Ventura County, and CDP Developers LLC. And 4, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard declaring 241 West Second Street to be exempt surplus land pursuant to Government Code Section 54221 (F), (1), and authorizing the city staff to take related actions. 5, accept, recognize, and deposit a lump sum contribution of $2,935,265 from the County of Ventura to pay for the county's share of the cost to construct tenant improvements for development of the city's new permanent year-round navigation center on the ground floor of the Homeless Solutions Center. And 6, approve a budget appropriation of $160,000 from the low and moderate. It wasn't me. Low and moderate income housing fund of the former redevelopment agency. And 6 is public works, okay. Pursuant to Measure M, there was a pre-recorded presentation on the city's YouTube video channel. And the legislative body on this will be City Council. Mr. Ramirez is here to answer any questions or address any concerns should council have any. Yes. Okay, Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. Regarding this item, I just have a question and maybe you can explain. I see that Measure O has a loan agreement with Mercy. As we wean off Measure O, can you tell me how this is going to affect anything?
So a couple of different things, Councilwoman. First of all, Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. Thank you for your questions. The item before you has a Measure O allocation for 2 purposes. One for the construction of the tenant improvements. And so that is a one-time expenditure that will use the $1,550,000 allocation that Measure O has had on the books for quite some time. And that will essentially wean itself off because it's a one-time use. The council has allocated a continuing allocation for Measure E to assume the allocation that gets weaned off from Measure O for the continued operation of the shelter once Measure O expires.
Okay, so it's not a loan, it's just a one-time.
In this case, it's a loan because it's a one-time use of funds, but it's a loan. It's structured in the form of a loan because we want to make sure that the shelter continues to operate long-term, and that is a condition of that loan. In addition to which we are contributing additional funds that are to be made a loan. But it is that same one-time allocation and it is a loan.
So it is a loan that will be repaid back?
Not likely. It's a loan that is intended to be forgiven after performance of the continued operation of the shelter.
So can we revise? I mean, and I'm fine with that. I mean, I just, when I see a loan and I see Measure O, I would rather have it be just a one-time allocation and not name it a loan.
We can revise it if you would like, if you direct us to do so.
I would like to see that. I would like it to not be a loan and just be a one-time expenditure to Mercy House. I mean, if we're not going to see this money again, let's not call it a loan.
We can revise it at your direction by all means, but I would like to clarify that despite that it is a loan, we're only dispersing it one time. It's not a continuing dispersal.
Right.
But if you want us to restructure that particular part of the transaction, we can work on that.
So I would like to make an amendment that we restructure this part of this agenda item, remove the loan and do a one-time expenditure from Measure O in order to meet the needs of this agenda item.
Okay, how about if I take the rest of the comments and I'll come back to you to make an amended motion if that would work for you. Councilmember Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for the presentation that you provided. For Measure M, it has 15 views, 15 as of tonight, and 7 of them are up here. So a quick thing, it was an extensive number of recommendations we have before us. Can you give us, for the benefit of the public, in a nutshell, why this item's ahead of us tonight or in front of us tonight and what the intention is of this item?
First of all, I apologize for the complexity of the structure of the deal, but it's complex. And so I'm not so sure that we could have made it sound easier. As you know, the city of Oxnard, the council, the community, the staff have been working on siting a permanent navigation center, homeless shelter for years, decade. And the staff and the Homeless Commission, the City Council and the community undertook an effort to identify a site that we could develop this permanent homeless shelter. Presented that to the City Council just over a year ago, 2021. And then we went forward to structure the financing and also get the permits that it would take to build the building. We did that over the course of the past 14 months. And since then, the team has been able to succeed in assembling the financing structure, as you see in the staff reports, thanks in large part to all of the partners, including the county and my own staff and the developer and the operator and the state and many people in order to make this happen. So we're here in front of you today to finalize the financing structure such that we can initiate construction of the Homeless Solutions Center, which is scheduled to start in the beginning of June.
Thank you. As a follow-up question to that, what will the total cost be projected for construction all in, not counting the operational cost, but just the construction of this facility?
It's a big investment from a lot of people coming to the downtown community of Oxnard. Approximately $40 million when you consider everything, the tenant improvements, the build outs, everything that it's going to take to make that building happen. So that amount of money is being contributed by many different sources, a lot of them not locally, the vast majority of them not locally, but also including the $1.5 million from the city and the contribution from the county that you just read. But it is approximately $40 million project.
Thank you. And I bring that up. Thank you for sharing the estimated bottom line cost of the facility all in. When we look at the city's share of that, I know you just mentioned it, but would you mind repeating what our actual cost is aside from the property or the parcel itself?
The city of Oxnard, and I say that intentionally because it also includes contributions from the Housing Authority, and I'll explain that. But the city of Oxnard is contributing, number one, the real property. The real property we value at approximately $850,000, and we are donating that to a nonprofit such that they can then make it available to the developer and pursue. So that's one contribution. Second is a contribution of $1.5 million from a city source, which is not the general fund. It is a former redevelopment source that is supposed to be used exclusively for the development of affordable housing. So that's that contribution. In addition, there is that Measure O contribution that is being used for the build out of the tenant improvements, which is the actual shelter on the ground floor. Those are the contributions that the city is providing. But as you can see, the redevelopment funds are not really city funds, in as much as they're not general funds. There's also contributions from the Housing Authority in the form of vouchers that comes from the Housing Authority, and then from the County of Ventura, and then state and federal sources.
Thank you very much. And there's certainly a need for a facility like this, in addition to the housing units that are proposed as well. And so I thank you for sharing that because I believe some folks out in the community in discussion around this may be mistaken when they quote that it's going to cost $36 million or $40 million, as we heard tonight. Really, the collaborative nature of this, as complex as the item is in front of us, the complexity comes from the amount of work that Mr. Ramirez and his team have put into this. And the city's share is a small portion of the overall $40 million is what it sounds like. And I hope that folks can understand that what we're getting is certainly a need. I hope folks can agree there is a need for this and that we're getting it at a cost that is far less than if we were to just go in and build a $40 million shelter all on our own. So I'm hoping folks can understand that.
Thank you for that. And if I could say a couple more things. First of all, the things don't belong to me. They belong to a significant number of team members. Some of them are here, the developer for sure, the operator who have put countless amount of hours, but also the county staff who have been very, very supportive, and county leadership, the city leadership, the council for sure, but city staff as well, community development department, who has done an amazing job to get to the point of ensuring that we have a building permit by the deadline. And there is a deadline because otherwise we lose the financing, and they have met that deadline. And not to say the least, the housing department staff, Elsa Brown, deserves more than 100% of the credit.
Thank you very much. And I see, again, Supervisor Ramirez is here as well. And thank you for your support. I know we've had a number of conversations about this facility over the years, and I'm glad this is ahead in front of us again, and we're moving on to next steps if the council were to move forward with this item. My last thing, Mr. Ramirez, is if this does move forward tonight, I do request that you continue your team's outreach efforts to the surrounding neighborhood councils, namely the Wilson Neighborhood Council, 5 Points, Carriage Square, Fremont North, and Fremont South, and then Hobson Park East and West, if they would like to have you as well, just by proximity. And I do want to recognize Commissioner O'Connor is here as well. And I just want to thank you for bringing this forward and continuing the work on this. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Golden, the little box is flashing at me. Did you want to talk this time?
I actually did want to talk this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank
The
you.
other time,
It's
it's
your-
just because it
your
was
turn.
user error that I didn't turn it off. Mr. Ramirez, I was hoping you could explain why we proposed structuring it as a loan, even though it is a one-time to them, and what if there's any ramifications from changing it from a loan to a different form of security or payment in that, because I know that we had outside counsel and look at this, and Mr. Fisher as well can talk about the securities within the loan documents.
So if I could just point out that the loan provides that it is forgivable, provided that the borrower, Mercy House, complies with the regulatory agreement, commences the project under the timeline as required. So essentially, there's a reason why it's termed as a loan, a forgivable loan, and that is to incentivize the borrower to do the things that they're agreeing to do.
Thank you, Mrs. Golden. It is a loan for a couple of different reasons, not the least of which what City Attorney just mentioned. And therein lies, an incentive to the forgivable part of it is an incentive to perform. However, number one, we needed to assemble additional funding to accomplish the budget needed for the tenant improvements. And that additional funding comes from a state source called the Permanent Loan PLHA. And that source requires that contribution, which is around $350,000, be a loan. So that is in compliance with their requirements. So because of that, we structured it in a way that is similar to that structure, because it's just identical. And so we made it be the same way, and also in an effort to provide the incentive to comply. But it doesn't need to be that way. We can make it be a grant. One is a grant, the other one's a loan, impose the restrictions anyways, and impose the regulatory requirements and et cetera. We can do that. That means changing the documents. It'll be some work. to make that all happen before the closing requirement of financing. But it is structured in the loan because of those reasons.
So if we were to restructure it, is it going to set you back on a deadline? I'm just looking at it as far as when we're no longer here and somebody else is sitting here and this looks like a loan, but it really isn't. And I understand why it's being done that way. But if it's a one-time grant, a one-time, with those conditions, I would rather have it read that way. But if it's going to push you back,
It'll impose some real effort to make sure that we are able to close the financing on time. We will have to rush it. So it probably will be an obstacle. Also, for it to be for a contribution like this to be in the form of a forgivable loan, one that gets forgiven, turns into a grant upon performance, is very, very common. So that's not something that would be a confusing issue when there's a new housing director trying to figure out what I did. It should be fairly easy, but.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we have a hand up by Mark Mannion.
Mark Mannion is our attorney.
Okay, and Mark's on the line?
I am.
Okay, what I'd like to do is I have a request to speak from Yuki Okano. I'd like to go to Commissioner Okano, and then we'll go to Mark, and then I'll come to you. Is that okay? So,
Would you like me to have him speak now?
yes,
Thank you.
no, Commissioner Okano is going to speak now. And then we'll go to Mr. Mannion from our legal representative, then I'll come back to Councilmember Perrello. 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, council members. I don't know, city manager is apparently not here, and other city staff. My name is Yukio Okano, and I am the chair of the Oxnard Commission on Homelessness. I'm here this evening to urge you to take the final steps needed to ensure the completion of the Homeless Solutions Center. Since 2020, this project has gone through many stages, from an abstract idea to concrete development or concept development, to community scrutiny, and to the hard work of figuring out the concrete steps to actually make it happen. Many people have put many months of effort to get to this point. The Homeless Solutions Center represents success over failure. There have been many attempts to design and establish a permanent shelter for the city of Oxnard. In 2018, I was part of the city delegation that visited the mayor of San Diego to tour the large tents for the homeless that were put up in downtown San Diego at that time. The Commission on Homelessness has invited presentations on alternative models of housing, such as shipping containers. Since a serious search for the shelter location was started in 2017, location after location has been rejected for a variety of reasons. The owner was not interested, the building was not the right size, it was not in the proper zoning, the property was too close to the airport. NIMBYism prevailed even when a location was found. But now, for the first time, the Homeless Solutions Center overcomes the hurdles of location, funding, and NIMBYism. The Navigation Center will have a permanent home. There will be permanent supportive housing for at least 56 people, and there will be supportive services with office space for service providers. We have come a long ways to reach this point. Your support will mean that the Homeless Solutions Center will become reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Madam Clerk, we'll go to Mr. Mark Mannion now. And then
Hi,
I'll come
thank
back to
you.
Councilmember.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Mayor Pro Tem and the members of the council, I'm Mark Mannion, special counsel to the city of Oxnard on this transaction. And I just wanted to kind of clarify and kind of maybe expand on what Steve Fisher has already indicated. This is actually truly a loan. There are performance obligations that are required of the borrower. And if they fail to meet those performance obligations, there's an obligation to repay. So it's not a grant, an unconditional grant that we're giving them that never has to be repaid. Now, obviously, the expectation is that the borrower will comply and live up to its obligations under the regulatory agreement and the terms of the loan agreement. But it is actually truly structured as a loan, the way this transaction is structured. The other thing I did want to mention is there's two closings that are happening. There's an initial closing that's happening this Friday, where the property is going to be transferred and a ground lease is going to be entered into between the Housing Trust Fund and the developer or the partnership. And then subsequent to that, on Tuesday of next week is when the financing will close, the construction loan, permanent loan, equity from the tax credits, and then a series of public soft debts from the city of Oxnard. So we really don't have the luxury of a lot of time. So to try to figure out a way to restructure this would be somewhat difficult. So that's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mannion. I have a request from Supervisor Ramirez. You'd like to provide some comments?
Thank you and good evening. It's great to be back in of course, I live in my hometown. I live in your town. You represent me. I try to do my best to represent the city. And I want to just congratulate the city for pulling this all together. So complicated. We wish it wasn't so complicated to get these projects started and then getting the ground and getting the services. As I was sitting up there like you are right now, a few years ago, when we went through that very difficult process of trying to find a place that satisfied our community, didn't really get people upset, and was very difficult. And I felt that our city at that time showed tremendous leadership that honestly you don't see in every city. So I'm proud to be associated with this effort. Again, I wish it was a little easier to get things done, but I want to congratulate you on your leadership here for moving this forward. Since 2018, the homeless situation has gotten worse because of the lack of affordable, decent housing, and we know what it's doing to our community. I know you know too well because people have been here to tell you, and you see it every day. But I want to particularly congratulate Councilman Turan, because I know that his neighborhood is where the current armory is located. And I think they showed tremendous leadership too in showing what can be done for our unsheltered brethren. So congratulations. It takes a leap of faith. I think your staff has done a tremendous job with all the complexity, and I look forward to continuing to support it. I know we have Christy Madden from the CEO's office who's also interested in speaking. So congratulations, and keep on doing the fine job you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Councilmember Perrello.
Number one, thank you for the report. Thank you for all the work that's been put in this. I want to thank Mr. Rocano for his public comments and the supervisor, but I also want to ask the question because Councilmember Basua brought up a question a little different than I was wondering. My concern was not so much that it would be a loan with Measure O. My concern is Measure O being tied to Measure N and the pavement index. And if something goes south with that, and you had mentioned that Measure O, if there was an agreement and something went south, Measure E would back it up. Do we need to include that wording in here? That's my question. That's the only question I have.
Thank you,
And I
Councilman.
don't want to kill this deal. I definitely don't want to, but I want to cover the city's back.
Thank you, Councilman. Let me see if I understood the question correctly. The allocation of Measure O that you're looking at today is for the construction of the shelter that's inside the building that's being built, and not for the continuing operation of the shelter for the next 99 years. Okay, so it is for that construction. And there has been an allocation of Measure O sitting on the books for a few years. I'm not sure exactly how long, of $1,550,000. That is what is being used to build out the tenant improvements of the shelter on the ground floor. That's what we're talking about today. So the 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when we are continuing to contribute along with the county of Ventura for the operation of that same shelter, then we will be using a different source of funds than the one that is subject to this loan. And that potentially is CDBG or measures or some other source, but there is a commitment from the council of that other sales tax incentive that was passed once Measure O expires.
My only concern is this, and maybe the deputy city manager can help this here. There has been a Measure O meeting. One of the members of the Measure O committee, Mr. Len Schulman, asked with respect to the pavement index, if we don't meet this threshold, Measure O can get whacked several years before its expiration in 2029. Will the funds that we are talking about in the approval of this for Measure O be spent before the earliest date that it can be whacked? It's not next year, but it might be 2 years, and I should have that. I don't have it on top of my tongue. Maybe Ms. Klima can help me out.
I can, council member, the earliest that Measure O will expire, if Measure N is validated by a court, and that's a big if, would be 2025.
So that's my question. Would this, in your opinion, your professional opinion, the money be spent before 2025 so you don't have to worry about backing it up with E?
These funds will be spent by June 30, 2024.
Thank you very much. That's my question.
Okay, any other questions or requests from council? No, Councilwoman, did you still want to make an amended motion?
My only concern was that it was clear that it was a forgivable loan. You know, if the requirements were met, that was my only concern. And I was looking through the staff report because our staff reports should tell a story, you know, for the next person that comes in. And I was just looking for that clarification. So if I was to go back and see what happened, you know, the staff report should be able to tell me what this loan is about. And I just didn't see it on the staff report, so I was confused. But I understand that the loan docs are going to show this. And I'm okay with it. I get it. I was looking for more clarification on the staff report.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, for that, I apologize, but it is a forgivable loan. And it will be converted to a grant upon performance.
Yeah, as long as we know that the loan docs and everything else is, you know, that's what it says and somebody can, you know, look for it, that I'm good.
So Councilwoman, the staff report is very lengthy. It's about 8 pages. And on page 5, there is a reference to both loans are 15-year terms with 0% and forgivable at the end of the loan term based on continued operation and compliance.
Okay. Okay, I was trying to look for it. So, okay, I'm good.
You're good?
I'm good. That's what, yes.
Would you like to make a motion then?
I would like to make a motion to approve the item.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Councilwoman Basua, a second by Councilmember Turan. I'm not going to even try this electronic thing. Can you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Perrello. Yes. Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
We're through that. No, it was just city council. It was just city council vote. The housing commissioners will have another time to vote on other issues, so don't go away. Okay, we will move back to item K1, the public hearing that make sure I'm in the right spot here. Okay, K1, this is the time and place set for a public hearing on item K1 from the Housing Department. And the subject is adoption of the annual action plan for fiscal year 2022-2023 and amending the annual action plans for fiscal years 2021-22 and 2020-2021. And the recommendation is that City Council conduct a public hearing regarding 2020 and 2021 annual action plan amendments and the plan year 2022 annual action plan draft document with funding recommendations for the third year of the 2020-2024 Ventura County Regional Consolidated Plan. It sounds weird the way it ends, but that's the way it is. Second, approve the 2022 annual action plan with the recommended use of funds for selected activities that conform with the City of Oxnard Consolidated Plan goals as defined in the Ventura County Regional Consolidated Plan for the 3 entitlement grants, Community Development Block Grant, Home Investments Partnership Grant, and the Emergency Solutions Grant to be submitted to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development as prescribed. 3, approve the updated changes and activities pertinent to the 2021 annual action plan amendment and plan year 2020 annual action plan amendment related to Hearth Emergency Solutions Grant. 4, authorize the city manager and his designees to incorporate the actual HUD grant allocation in the 2022 annual action plan, including increasing or decreasing approved activities by 10% of approved recommendation based on actual HUD grant allocation. 5, authorize the city manager and his designees to incorporate any recommended changes resulting from the public input to the 2022 annual action plan, 2021 annual action plan amendment, and 2020 annual action plan amendment as directed by the city council, including amending any budget appropriations approved by the city council. 6, authorize the city manager and his designees to execute the required applications, certifications, and other pertinent documents for the submission of the 2022 annual action plan, 2021 annual action plan amendment, and 2020 annual action plan amendment to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of Community Planning and Development. And 7, authorize the city manager and his designees to execute HUD agreements and sign all agreements for the implementation of the annual action plan, including subrecipients, interdepartmental, and intradepartmental agreements. And we start with the city clerk's certification of publication and written communications, if any. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on April 14th, 2022. And the city clerk's office has not received written communications on this item.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website. And a person who did not sign up may do so now by following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website, oxnard.org/city-meetings/. The Housing Department, in accordance with Measure M, posted a video presentation regarding this item, and Director Ramirez is available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item. Council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions for clarification purposes at this time? Councilmember Perrello.
We just approved, I just got a text, and I got a text from the chair of the Measure O, and Measure O is saying that what Measure O was just attributed to was not approved by Measure O committee. I don't know if that's fact or fiction, but I gotta share that.
Okay, that's
And so
not.
it's got nothing to do with this item. I
I
know.
know.
I'll share that. Okay. I have no
Okay.
questions on the item.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Director Ramirez? Councilmember Tran?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for the presentation. I know I'm sure people probably tire of hearing me say it, but I think it's important for the public to know that because Measure M prohibits the public from viewing these presentations live at the council meetings. I see this particular item had 12 views, and I'm just hoping that briefly you can explain to the for the public just the item we have in front of us and the purpose of the action plan, and then how we're looking at some items and amending some items tonight.
Thank you, Councilman. Once again, Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. Before I start to answer the councilman's question, I do need to make one clarification. Since the publication of this staff report, we received the published allocations of the 3 grants that we're talking about today. At the time of publication, we used an estimate because the allocations from Congress had not been published. And we needed to move forward on drafting this plan so that we can present it to HUD for their approval. But since that time, we have learned that the allocations for CDBG and ESG have been reduced by 5%. And so we will have to make a across-the-board adjustment of 5% of each of the allocations that you see in the plan, or at least that's what we're proposing. But the home allocation was increased by $120,000. So that is an intervening action that the federal government took post drafting this plan and publication of the staff report. That's
I'm sorry, we're having a little sidebar. Councilmember, did that clarify the questions you had?
I haven't got to his
No,
question.
I think there was a little bit more. Thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to update that because that is something that's not reflected in the staff report, and it does actually amend the plan, the numbers, the budget, everything that is within the staff report and the plan. To answer the councilman's question, this plan that we are presenting to you is a requirement of the receipt and use of the federal funds from HUD for the Community Development Block Grant, the Emergency Solutions Grant, and the Home Partnership Investments Grant. Those things are to be used for neighborhood and community development benefiting low-income households, affordable housing development, and homeless services. And the requirements, the regulations for the use of the funds require that we do what's called a consolidated plan that's done every 5 years. And that lays out the overarching objectives of the use of those 3 sources of funds. And then once on an annual basis, we are required to present this plan, the annual action plan, and that is going to lay out how we're going to use the funds that are allocated in those grants over the next fiscal year. So from July to June. And that is what this is doing, is meeting that requirement. There is a spreadsheet that is included in the item that lays out the budget and the use of the proposed use of the funds for the nonprofits, the capital improvements, the home dollars, the ESG dollars, and how we propose to allocate and use those various sources of federal grant funds. Like I mentioned, they have to be amended by a 5% reduction for both CDBG and ESG. I'm happy to go into the detail of each of the proposed grants. There's quite a bit, but if you have any specific questions, I'm happy to do so.
Just as a quick follow-up to that, with the disclosure that there's now been an update where we have to do a 5% reduction, it sounds like across the board. Would that affect tonight's public hearing where that needs to come back? Or are we good stating that verbally tonight and moving forward with this?
It doesn't need to come back if you can offer clear direction, and that clear direction can be simply across the board 5% cuts, and then we'll make that adjustment in the annual plan and submit it as such.
Would that be your recommendation? Is that there be that just equitable cut across the board, or are there other areas you think shouldn't be reduced by 5%?
That is That is our recommendation at this time. I have to leave open a possibility that some of the capital improvements cannot afford a reduction of 5%, which means talking to the various departments, public works, et cetera, that we're allocating to a specific project that has a specific budget amount. So subject to that discussion that I've not yet had, I would do recommend a 5% across the board cut.
Councilmember, if it's okay, I'd like to open the public hearing, get those comments, then we can finish that and come back and deliberate if that would be okay with you. Okay, excellent. I'll now open the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. And Madam Clerk, my understanding is that we have 2 people who have requested to speak. Is that correct?
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, we have 1 public speaker for this public hearing.
Okay, would that be Jason Meek then?
Yes.
Okay.
Jason Meek?
Yes,
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
thank you. First of all, I'd like to applaud the city council members for their firm stance publicly against racism and inequality. You're certainly an example to all cities, so I applaud you for that. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald and honorable members of the city council. I'd like to express sincere gratitude to the city of Oxnard for years of support and trust in Turning Point Foundation to provide shelter and care for our community members in greatest need. Our shelter is unique in that it's specific for those experiencing mental illness and marginalization. Your support assures members get immediate food, shelter, clothing, treatment for mental illness, substance abuse, and suicidal ideation, as well as a path to self-sufficiency. This includes permanent housing. Mounds of studies continue to demonstrate housing is paramount to recovery. However, maintaining housing is of equal importance. In light of all this, Turning Point members receive intensive case management, access to therapy, mental and physical health care, and linkage to their own primary care doctor. We also take great care in understanding their individual cultures, values, and needs. Then we provide a connection to all community resources that promote personalized care in an inclusive, equitable, and dignified manner. Again, I truly appreciate your support and the recommendation going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Madam Clerk, we do not have any additional speakers.
We do not have any additional speakers for this item. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. There are no other speakers, and we will close the public hearing. And upon recommendation from the city attorney, I will use the gavel, which I really don't like, but so this hearing is now closed. Now will be the time for deliberation by council members. Do city council members have any additional comments or deliberations they'd like to add? Not seeing a mad rush to comment. If not, then it would be time, Councilmember Turan.
I don't, excuse me, I don't have a comment, but if we're not going to have any deliberation, I'm willing to move the recommended action with the direction to staff to go ahead and make adjustments up to 5% for the different areas. And I hope that will allow flexibility for projects that cannot make that adjustment, that I would rely on expertise of our staff to see where they can make that up.
Okay, we have a recommendation by Councilmember Tran with an
Second.
amendment. Second by Councilmember Lopez. Madam Clerk, if you can do a roll call, please.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello. Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public hearing portion. Now it takes us to item L1, Human Resources Department.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes,
sorry to interrupt. I wanted to address the comment that came up earlier very quickly, if the city attorney will allow, which is whether the Measure O committee has had authorized the use of these funds for the homeless shelter, the project that Mr. Ramirez presented earlier. There are two funds that this is coming from out of Measure O. One is out of a project called Measure O 5102, which is the homeless shelter acquisition. It's a amount of money for a one-time loan.
and Ms. Klima, I apologize, but since we've already closed that item, or Mr. Fisher, are we okay still discussing this or?
Keep it very brief.
Okay,
And the other amount of money is out of Measure O 5101, which is an ongoing operational cost for homeless services. And so those are both have already been approved by both the Measure O committee and the city council.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go to item L1, Human Resources Department, Agreement for Third-Party Administration of Workers' Compensation Claims. Recommendation is that the city council approve and authorize the mayor to execute agreement number A 8455 with Corvell Enterprise Comp Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $1,515,000 for a 5-year term for workers' compensation claims, administration, and adjustment services. Pursuant to Measure M, there was a pre-recorded video on the city's YouTube channel. And the legislative body for this is City Council, and staff is present in the form of Mr. Mike Moore if council has any questions or comments that need to be addressed. And Councilmember Perrello? Okay, can you turn your light off for me? That's okay. And Ms. Kleeman, you're done also? Okay. And do any council members have any other items or any other questions or comments? If not, a motion would be in order.
I'll move approval, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion by Councilmember Lopez and a second by Councilmember Madrigal.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes,
Councilmember Perrello, Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
thank you very much. That takes us to item L2, Public Works Department. And subject is a Public Works Department update. And the recommendation is that the city council receive and file an update report from the Public Works Department with respect to an overview of department operations, programs, activities, challenges, opportunities, and staffing. Pursuant to Measure M, there was a pre-recorded presentation on the city's YouTube channel, and the legislative body that will hear this is City Council, although because it's not an action item, there won't be any vote required. And Mr. Wolf is here and available to answer any questions the council may have. Are there any questions? Comments, questions? Sure. Okay, Mayor, Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Wolf, I just want to thank you for the comprehensive presentation. Your team's doing some tremendous work. I also appreciate you pointing out the challenges that are faced, mainly staffing and capacity of staff to take on all the work that is in front of them. I think it's great that we now have a little bit more funding to be able to fund these projects, but now we need the actual bodies to be able to do the work. And so thank you for pointing that out. I won't ask you to summarize your 32-minute presentation, but I do want to ask if you can, if you'd be willing to just highlight some of the accomplishments that were highlighted in the presentation as well.
Good evening, council members. Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. That was the summary, 32 minutes. That's the shortest we could do with all that we do, as you noticed, and I appreciate the comments about the breadth and depth of what we do in Public Works is a lot. A lot of accomplishments. With Measure E, we're able to do a lot of different things this year than we have in the past. And that just goes across the board. If you just look at things like parks and medians and landscaping, if you just look at some of the aesthetic items that are easily identifiable, a lot more routine maintenance activities were being able to be done in our parks, in our medians, in our landscaping, and just getting back to some of the basics, tree trimming, things that we haven't done in the past. And so those things are really easily seen and are helpful from that perspective. And then you can transition that into some of the larger projects that our city engineers team has put together, a lot of pavement projects. As you can see, just across the board, whether it's paving, sidewalk work, concrete work, those kinds of things, even the cast iron pipe replacement projects, some of those projects that lead into a paving project eventually. Those are larger projects that are able to get done now with the funding sources that we have. You look at some of our enterprise funds. So you talk about water, wastewater, and solid waste. Solid waste had a really unique year this year with some of the regulations that came about. Some of the requirements we've obviously changed are the way we pick up solid waste, the way we pick up organic waste now. That's a unique animal that we had to tackle this year. And so just from an enterprise fund standpoint, some of the changes that had to be made from that perspective was very interesting and had to be addressed, with some of the resources that we have without really applying new resources, sort of an unfunded mandate. But you look at water and wastewater, and we'll talk a lot tonight about water. So we'll wait for the drought conversation later. But those two enterprise funds are able to deliver services on demand and keeping the rates as they are. And really doing a great job, just making sure that the customers are understood and the services are provided. So just across the board, I can dive into all kinds of different aspects of our streets team and paving, but not only that, but one of the focus points has been pavement markings. So crosswalks and centerline striping and those kinds of things from a safety enhancement standpoint, and looking at our traffic control, the way we operate our traffic signals, just across the board, there are a lot of different aspects. And so, like I said, 32 minutes was the shortest I can do it. I could probably stand in for another couple hours on here, but thank you for the opportunity to give some of the highlights.
Yes, thank you. And you did mention a few things that just I wanted to highlight as well. With the pavement markings, I did see on social media some great thanks from the River Park residents for the lane markings or directional markings for the roundabouts in River Park, and I saw signs were going up as well. And thank you to your team for taking that on, as well as redoing crosswalks in that community as well. And the other thing that stuck out to me in the presentation was around potholes. And I think potholes are a major point of discussion for a lot of folks throughout the city. And I'm wondering if just very quickly, you wouldn't mind just updating us on the strides that have been made in addressing potholes in the team, and a purchase we made for helping that team be efficient as well.
Right. So the second part of that is about the pieces of equipment that we were able to order through with council's authorization. Thank you very much for that. Was patch trucks, and those are very specified pieces of equipment that help us be more efficient with that process. But just in general, we've had a focused approach on pothole repairs. Brian Yanis and his team and Philip Schweider were able to really focus in on pothole repairs this year. We were able to get the additional funding necessary. So we over doubled our pothole repair process or locations this year versus last year. And as you mentioned, it's a very important aspect of what we do. It's temporary in its means. It's not the ultimate fix. It would be the capital projects that come after that really make that more of a long-term repair. But the pothole repair process, we're trying to stay away from the temp repair, which is cold patch that only kind of lasts 6 months. And the team has transitioned to a much better process in my mind, and able to focus in on trying to get some of those potholes repaired. But like I said, doubled our efforts from last year. And we can't get to every one of them, and we really appreciate everybody's using the 311 app and with their patience as we get through the pothole repair, but also then the subsequent capital projects that will follow with the paving.
All right, thank you very much. And my last item, you kind of mentioned it. If folks would like to report any public works related issues they find in the community, potholes or overgrown landscaping or trees, things of that nature, how can they do that?
The 311 app would be our recommendation, but we also have published phone numbers on our website. Certainly during our business hours, you can call us, but the 311 is a good means because it also is a good tracking mechanism and able to report back out. So I would strongly suggest 311 application is a good way of reporting that. Graffiti abatement, legal dumping, pothole repair, those kinds of things.
Great, thank you very much. Those are my comments, Mayor Pro Tem. I do want to thank you again, Mr. Wolf, and your views tonight are 36 views for this really great presentation. I wish folks could have seen it live tonight, but thank you again for that work, and I will keep moving forward with it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perillo, any comments?
Thank you for the report, Mr. Wolf. I echo Councilman Turan's points of view. Public Works has come a long way. It was good staff, but you've been able to get your staff and also some private contractors to assist with the landscaping and other things that needed to be done. There'll be an irrigation thing coming up later in the parts. With the scarcity of water and the more repairs being done on the irrigation systems, we do find more leaks, and you're taking care of them. The same, for lack of a better word, complaining people complain about the same things over and over and over. And I would just recommend they drive around different parts of the city. It may take a while to get to their specific complaint, but this city has made tremendous strides in the Public Works Department, all of your staff, top to bottom. And I feel very comfortable in saying that because I don't know all the people there, but I know that they're held accountable by you and your assistants, and the work gets done. I'd like to point out two things. When a discussion of alleys came up, I always wondered, now where are we going to focus the work on the alleys? And driving around, there's an alleys being fixed in District 1 in the Cabrillo neighborhood. And, I didn't think that more work would be needed in District 1, but I was very surprised. They needed the work. But you have been, in my opinion, very, the words democratic in sharing which districts get repair work done. You're not focusing on specific districts. I think that's a great thing. But one other thing, there's a picture on page 36 of your slides, and I need to give the credit to a past city employee, Mr. Larry McGrath, worked for code enforcement. He called me about this. On the page 36 of the slides, there's a gentleman in a wheelchair trying to cross Mandalay Beach Road, and the sand has been built up. That is an ongoing issue that had been taken care of, and in talking to you and bringing it to your attention, your public works guys get there. I'm hoping people in that neighborhood are listening. Call and say thank you once in a while, because it's not the public works responsibility to stop the wind from blowing, but the wind moves the sand. And when the wind moves the sand, it gets back on the street. And if you haven't gone down the street in a week, you may not realize it was cleaned up the last time you went down, the day after you went down the street, and you come back and it looks the same way. We now have a process where you're checking and people are cleaning the streets, and it's made a big improvement. I do get compliments on that to a councilman, and I tell them it's wrong to compliment me. I'm not doing the work. I may be highlighting something, but you got a public works people that are driving around, they're seeing it, and you're letting them have their head and bring things, as terminology, people who ride horses, you're letting them figure out what they need to do and bring to your attention. I want to thank your two assistants, your third assistant too. Howlett Yenis and the third assistant, I apologize, I forgot his name already, but he attended a Fox Canyon meeting the other day, and that's all I wanted to say. I'm very impressed with Public Works. I hope that the residents do take a look at our city. There are streets that people avoided like the plague because the potholes were so bad. Now those are the smoothest streets in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. If there are no further comments, this was receive and file. That'll be the direction. And that will take us to item L3, Public Works Department declaration of a local emergency due to drought conditions and a lack of adequate water supply, authorizing the city manager to take appropriate actions, and adoptions of a resolution amending water conservation restrictions. And the recommendation is that city council adopt a resolution proclaiming the existence of a local emergency due to water shortage emergency conditions and adopt a resolution rescinding resolution number 14,741 and adopting new mandatory water conservation measures. Additional information will be provided live by Callegas Municipal Water District and the legislative body of City Council. And Mr. Wolf, do you have any comments, or do council members have any questions for Mr. Well? Let's get Callegas on the line and get them first, and then we'll go from there. Oh, they're here? Oh.
I can introduce them if you want to. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. They are here. We do have quite a few partners in this process related to the drought. Had a couple of conversations that council previously will bring up a member from the Callegas. So we have Dan Drugan is here, and so is Tony Goff, their general manager. I think, Dan, you're going to give the presentation.
Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you coming down here. I'm so used to seeing people on the screen that seeing a living, breathing human being in here to do a presentation is a welcome sight. So.
Yes. Okay, that looks good. Let me just test that really quick. Good. Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Dan Drugan. I'm with Callegas Municipal Water District. I'm joined with our general manager, Anthony Goff, who's in the audience as well. And we're here tonight for a very important item. And it's at times as a city council, it might feel like you're managing from crisis to crisis. If it's not housing, it's something else. And now this summer, drought is going to be a defining issue for us in Southeast Ventura County. On our title slide right here, this is an image that we've really tried to put out and disseminate through our service area that if you live in Southeast Ventura County and you're served by Callegas, this is your water supply. That is an image of Lake Oroville. That is one tentacle of the lake where the Enterprise Bridge crosses it. And you can see just how in a few years, how it looked from 2019 to 2021. And in fact, Enterprise Bridge area of Oroville looks very similar to that today in 2022. Today, we actually had the governor who came down to Southern California, and he was at the Metropolitan Water District's site for their planned new water recycling facility, where he announced that the snowpack today is at 17% of average, where it should be, and that we need to double down on our conservation efforts as the state has not seen the level of conservation that they would like to see statewide throughout California. A little background about Callegas. We were formed in 1953 by our local communities to develop a supplemental source of supply. Took us some time to figure out how to best do that. And we actually annexed to the Metropolitan Water District in 1960 to provide imported water. And so we are a wholesaler of water. Now it's primarily state water. It's been that way since 1972 to 19 retail water agencies throughout that shaded area, that yellow area in Southeast Ventura County, serving about 640,000 residents. We're governed by a 5-member elected board, and we have 70 employees that work at the district. The city of Oxnard, this is an image of your service area. And for Oxnard, your utility is our 3rd largest customer. On average, you purchase about between 10,500 acre feet of water, and an acre foot, that's approximately 326,000 gallons of water. So if you can think of an acre foot of water, it's approximately a football field long, about 1 foot deep of water that we serve. And so that's about 10,500 acre feet that we serve to Oxnard on a yearly basis. So some key takeaways from Callegas to you tonight is that there are insufficient supplies to meet normal demands in the Callegas service area this year. This is in fact the worst drought in the history of Callegas since water began flowing from the State Water Project to our service area. The Department of Water Resources, they are the operator of the State Water Project, which I'll describe in a little bit here, and they're prepared to provide a block of water to meet critical human health and safety needs to the Metropolitan Water District. And in fact, Metropolitan is expecting to take that in June, and Cayugas will receive deliveries of that water supply, that special supply, starting in June. When we start taking that supply for human health and safety needs, there is a high probability of a no outdoor water use mandate for a portion of this year as soon as September and into next year. So how did we get here? Let's first talk about the imported water system and how the State Water Project works. So the State Water Project takes water supplies from the snowpack in the Northern Sierras. You can think of that as California's water bank. And so what happens is there's the accumulation of snow and precipitation throughout the winter periods, all the way in through the spring. And then in the springtime, that snowpack melts into reservoirs, tributaries that go downstream into the Bay Delta. And so the headworks of the State Water Project is like Oroville, which is that title slide that you saw. It's a 3.5 million acre foot reservoir. And when it drains south with the Feather River, it meets up with the Sacramento River before draining into the Delta. What you don't see on this image is Lake Shasta on the top up there where it feeds the Sacramento River. Lake Shasta is the headworks of the Central Valley Project, and that feeds the farming communities, primarily in the Central Valley, the San Joaquin area. Now the Bay Delta, when all that water travels there by gravity, we must pump it south through major pumps that the Department of Water Resources operates, and then it travels conveyed through the California Aqueduct to Southern California. You can see a couple of different branches there. There's the coastal branch. There's also the west branch right there, which connects us up to Ventura County. And then there's also the east branch, which connects up in the San Bernardino area. Now, the one reason why the drought wasn't so bad in 2021 was that we had access to the Colorado River supply for the metropolitan service area. In fact, you saw the dominoes fall in 2021 with a lot of communities in Northern California falling in a drought state of emergencies first. And Metropolitan was able to maximize its deliveries from the CRA into its area. But now what we're facing with two back-to-back very critically dry years with our Sierra snowpack, the amount of Colorado supplies that are coming in are not enough for the areas that are truly impacted by the state water shortfall this year. So what are we dealing with? This is it on one image right here, and it's climate change. What we see in the last 10 years, we've only had 2 years where our snowpack was above average and significantly above average. You can see the years 2012 through 2016. Those were the Governor Brown drought years. And then 2017 happened. We had the amazing storms that came in and busted us out of the drought. And then in 2018, a critically dry year with the Sierra snowpack. In 2019, another really heavy water year, another banner year. In fact, we had excess supplies that year that Cayugas we actually stored over in our well field near Moore Park. And now 2020 through 2022, 3 consecutive dry years of snowpack on the Sierra system. And how that Sierra snowpack translates to water supplies the Department of Water Resources provides to Southern California looks something like this. And I would actually focus your attention on the red line, and you can think of that red line as being the degrading reliability of the supply over time, and especially pronounced over the last 10 years due to that climate change. And in the history of the State Water Project, ever since the 60s, there has never been a back-to-back single-digit final allocation of this system until now. And so we've had 2 back-to-back 5% State Water Project allocations, and that's the allocation that Metropolitan Water District receives, and that's the water that it has to provide Cayugas, and then we provide that to Oxnard. So in summary, we're dealing with a 3rd year of extreme drought, the driest 3-year period here on the State Water System, and the driest 3 months. Just in December in 2021, we had the snowiest month on record in California. We followed that up with the driest 3-month period in California history in that January through March timeframe. That has resulted now with the past 3 years in the State Water Project with the lowest 3-year delivery total from this system in history to Metropolitan and to Cayugas. This image on the bottom here, the average expectation from the State Water Project system over just these past 3 years should have been 3.2 million acre feet. The department's own lowest modeling forecast for the system was estimated to be 1 million acre feet. But now today, we're only receiving a fraction of what the state's own modeling assumed for this system. So what that tells us is that the modeling needs to change, and we need to incorporate climate change modeling more with how we manage our water systems into the future. So the areas that will be impacted by State Water Project shortfall this year are in these shaded blue and shaded red areas. The West Branch, you can see Cayugas Municipal Water District, Los Virgenes Water District, and the City of Los Angeles. And then to the east, on the East Branch of the State Water Project, those are the water agencies that overlie the main San Gabriel Basin and the Chino Basin area. Very different. The red shaded areas do have more local supplies on the aggregate than the areas on the blue to the left. And the city of LA is in a very dire situation this year due to the sublimation of its Owens Valley supply, its Owens Valley snowpack that feeds its LA aqueduct. So now it needs to swing on to the available state water supplies that Metropolitan has to offer. So the city of LA is the largest volumetric draw of state water supplies this year. This is how the Cayugas system connects to the metropolitan system being in light blue, the Cayugas system in red. And how this works is Castaic Lake is up there at the top, and that's the terminus of the West Branch. And so those supplies travel down to Metropolitan's Jensen treatment plant in Granada Hills, and then treated water, 100% treated state water supplies are conveyed to Cayugas at that interconnection right there between Chatsworth and Simi Valley. And so that connection point travels through the Santa Susana Mountains. That's the one connection point that we have to Metropolitan and to these state water supplies. If anything, this image right here, it's to give you a sense of the end of the pipe. What does the end of the pipe of the state water project system look like? And now it's down to a trickle all the way down to us in Southeast Ventura County. So back to this slide that shows the two imported watersheds that feed into the metropolitan service area. The Bay Delta. The Bay Delta is a critical pinch point for our state water system. And right now, during critical drought, how is that system being operated to preserve water quality? What we have right here is a timeline of the announcements that had occurred to where we are today. So December 1st, 2021, the Department of Water Resources, they're the operator of this system. They announced that we should actually plan for a 0% state water allocation. And this is how they view operating through the Delta in a situation through a critical drought. And what they're doing is they're prioritizing water supplies in Lake Oroville to flush out the salinity that's intruding into the Delta. Similar to issues here in Oxnard with the salinity that intrudes in the groundwater basins. You need fresh water supplies to push that salinity out. If you don't do that, then you might lose the ability to convey fresh water supplies through this environmentally sensitive area. So the state is prioritizing water supplies in Lake Oroville to flush out the salinity and also prioritize water for human health and safety needs. And this was back in December when the state had announced a 0% initial allocation from this system. But then what happened? We had the snowiest month on record in December. The snowpack was so abnormally huge at that time that the runoff projections were through the roof. And in fact, when the state had revised the allocation up to 15%, that was viewed as quite conservative. And so at that point, with a 15% allocation, which with some expectation of the snowpack being so high that might even be revised up further, we actually had enough water supplies to meet all demands for the year at that time. But then as we know, what happened after January 20th, this just kind of gives you a sense of that. In December, 19 trillion gallons had poured across the state. And then January, February, March, essentially nothing. And that's how this looks right here on a graph. This is the aid station index that tracks the precipitation accumulation up in the Northern Sierra watersheds. We were tracking some of the wettest years on record. And then all of a sudden we flatlined just January through March. And it's not just 1 year. We've had 3 consecutive years of below average precipitation. And that's what we're facing here with our state water project system. So right now we're only at 40 inches of accumulated precipitation. We should be at about 53. And these late season storms that we've experienced just in April, that's still not enough for an increase in our state water supply this year. But it is enough to extend the availability of health and safety supplies that the department has committed to providing us. And this is what happened. This is when the shoe had dropped on March 18th due to the 3 consecutive really dry months. The department had revised down the 15% allocation to 5%. So what changed when the allocation dropped from 15% to 5%? Well, with a 15%, with the bar graph on the left, we were able to meet all normal demands for the 6.6 million people that depend on this supply for the year. You can see that base 15% allocation, the light blue box at the bottom, almost 300,000 acre feet. But then on the right, when that allocation dropped to 5%, you can see that base supply being cut into a third at just under 100,000 acre feet. We see new bars coming at the top for demand reduction and for health and safety water supplies. Demand reduction is very self-explanatory. That's the need for mandatory conservation. And health and safety supplies, that's that extraordinary supply that the state will provide to Metropolitan and to Cayugas. How this looks on a monthly time step, how we can plan through this year. Starting in June, you can see that tan bar coming up with the health and safety supplies. We also see a white box at the top of that that says the need to conserve and underdevelopment.
Those are, that's actually mandatory conservation that you see right there, the need for that conservation to occur from June through the end of the year. Now, if we don't conserve, and if at the end of this, our demands are much higher than this, there will be the expectation that we move to a no outdoor watering mandate or another type of allocation system that would be more punitive. A little bit more on the health and safety needs water supply. This is that special block of water that the state will provide, and it's intended for drinking water, sanitation, and fire suppression. And there's a big expectation here that it excludes outdoor watering. And that's what this looks like right here. So how do we avoid this? How do we best avoid no outdoor water use right now? And so what Metropolitan Water District did on April 26th was adopt an emergency water conservation plan that allows agencies to choose two pathways. One pathway would be the 1 day a week watering restriction, which we've seen in the news. It's been very highly publicized. Or agencies can choose a member agency volumetric target. And so what that is, it's the base 55 gallons per capita per day that the state is willing to backstop for that essential human health and safety need. And then Metropolitan's available supplies from the state water system on top of that. And so you might have seen in the news what that number would be right now is about 80 gallons per capita per day. And so with the 1 day a week restriction, there's no volumetric penalties if agencies move to the 1 day a week and they show that they're enforcing it. Functionally, that might be a little bit more water than the volumetric target. And that's why we're urging communities to go to the 1 day a week. It's a clearer message to the public of what we need to do. And there's also that ability to enforce it to your local control. If you want to have exemptions for parks, for school fields, for areas that might need that extra day a week of watering, that would be up to your own water shortage contingency plan and how you implement that for exemptions. There's more local control with how you implement your 1 day a week watering restriction. A little bit more on this concept of gallons per capita per day. You can think of this as every person in and around your home, you use a certain volume of water per day. The average family of 4 uses more than 300 gallons per water per day at the home. The vast majority of this in the Cayuga service area is outdoors. We estimate that it's about 40 to 70%, depending on where you are in the Cayuga service area, of that water use. The California indoor standard for indoor water use is 55 gallons per capita per day. And that's the reason why the state has based that decision for their health and safety block of water on that 55 GPCD. So what are we asking? You know, with the 1 day a week watering restriction, what are we focused on? And it's non-functional turf and residential turf. Residential turf, we've been there. The last drought, that was the big target, right? Your lawn provides no economic benefit to the state. We need residents to come together to really let their grass go brown or take out the turf entirely. And so once again, we're asking residential customers to do that. But also we have now a new, more defined target this drought. It's non-functional turf. And so these are areas that are in around our commercial business parks, areas that are hiding in our community that provide no recreational value, no civic value. And that turf right now is in the rulemaking process to have the irrigation banned in these areas. And in fact, we should hear more about that from the State Water Board in the next few weeks, where they expect the regulation to go into effect the second week in June, that these areas should actually be banned with all the irrigation to this type of turf. Southern Nevada Water Authority has been a pioneer on the non-functional turf grass initiative. You know, what's the difference? Non-functional turf, again, like I mentioned, it provides no civic value, no recreational value to residents and communities. Functional grass, that's your sports fields, your parks, the other areas that do have that high community value. We're going to hear more about the rulemaking process from Newsom's March 28th executive order in the next couple of weeks. And we do have rebates to assist. That's a big point here, is that we're part of a very successful rebate program with bewaterwise.com. And so residents, businesses, they can get in and reserve for a substantial amount of money, up to $3 per square foot, to remove turf grass. And obviously, I would recommend that businesses get into that right away. It's there for the taking. And now with that 1 day a week watering restriction, the program will actually allow some postponement of irrigating those new plantings because they do take some water to be established. And so they'll allow that until supplies come back into the system and our water supply conditions improve. So drought actions in summary, April 26th, I mentioned Metropolitan approved their mandatory conservation program. On April 7th, just 1 day after, we approved the same for our purveyors to move forward with this process in May to come to your policy board here to approve the same mandates, emergency water restrictions. And then June 1st is the compliance period for the restrictions. This is an example of some outreach that we're doing. This is not only a crisis of supply, but a crisis of communication. We're very fortunate to work with your staff here at Oxnard that have been really great at helping to come up with different types of marketing that we can put together, disseminate throughout the community, because that's a push here that we need to get our residents on board and mobilized with this information. And then finally, we do have a drought response task force, and this is a new initiative for Callegas. We're allowing residents, well, actually representatives from each city and large agency that we serve to be a part of these meetings. And the goal of these meetings is to be a consolidated one-stop shop for information and updates on the drought. We can share ideas, have a coordinated response together with all of us in terms of messaging, trucking and recycle water. What other ways can we do to increase supply, get down to that 80 GPCD for conservation? Everything will be on the table, and we'll have our first meeting coming up here on March 25th. So that'll be next week. And that's the end of the briefing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilwoman Lopez, do you have a question or comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I had raised my hand before the presentation, which thank you. That was really great, and glad to see it given where we are at and how important it is for all our residents and community to understand the impacts, especially when you see the images. You would think it's been 10 years, the water level in Oroville, and to see that it was just 3-4 years ago, it's mind-blowing. But before your presentation, I actually want to ask Mr. Wolf, and I can wait for that, Mr. Wolf, or whenever, but to summarize what the new resolution would be, what changes we will be seeing. And then additionally, as was mentioned by the presenter, the enforcement, what is the enforcement plan for the city and the outreach to get this information as widely as possible?
Thank you, Councilwoman Lopez. So the changes that we are recommending is to be consistent with our partners with Callegas, so that as Dan mentioned, the focal point is making sure, well, at least our focal point is making sure we don't have penalties come June 1st. And so with two pathways, two opportunities, we looked at our gallons per capita per day, and we weren't going to be able to make that from a volumetric standpoint. So the resolution that's here tonight is to address that by applying the 1 day a week watering requirements. And so the big change, the big shift from our current stage 2 resolution is, instead of having a 2 day a week watering allowance, we're going down to 1 day a week watering allowance. So that's the biggest change. We've tried to bold those in our staff report. So if anybody does have the staff report available, you can see anything that's in bold on, I believe it's the 3rd page of the staff report, but page 553 of the actual agenda. So no more than once a week. Watering on Saturdays and Sundays, and we can talk about why we're making that recommendation, but set watering on Saturdays and Sundays. We do list some exceptions. Again, we want to make sure that we're not, we're looking at trees and things like that. We want to make sure we're not ignoring those items that need to be addressed from that standpoint. Anybody who has high efficiency irrigation systems, we're obviously looking at that as a good usage, and it didn't want to not allow those. The other big one, we wanted to make sure we're addressing it with the fire marshals, any of the urban wildland interface areas. So that's also addressed in our new resolution. And I believe the last one is just we're making it clear about ornamental turf in streets. Before it said public streets, we just wanted to address any and all streets, and talked about, as Dan mentioned, the non-functioning turf is really a key component of that. So those are the big changes, really the big one, going down to 1 day a week. The other part of tonight's recommendation from staff is the proclamation for the emergency. As Dan mentioned, you could see some of the big swings that we've just seen in the last couple of months about how much we thought we were going to have and now how much we're actually going to have. And one of the things we wanted to be proactive about and flexible about is giving the city manager some authority to make some changes if necessary, because we may see some big changes. And so tonight we're also suggesting that the council proclaim a local emergency for a drought. giving the city manager some authorities inside the parameters of council approved documents, which is our water contingency shortage plan and our urban water management plan. As long as we live within those documents, we're looking for some authority to work within those as we have to react to some of the things that we may see from the state. Second part of your question, or third, two other parts of your question. One was enforcement, one was outreach, right? So the enforcement process, we're going through the municipal code stated enforcement process. Again, that's enumerated in a staff report here. So first violation is a notice. Second violation is a follow-up of that notice. The third violation is where we'll really start applying some potential fees or penalties, if you will. So that's laid out in that process. So the first one again is a courtesy notice. The second one is the warning letter. Then the third one, potentially we can go up to a 25% or $25, depending on which one's greater on the utility bill for a third notice of the violation within the same 12 months. And then after that, we would step it up. So fourth violation would be a 50% or $50, whichever is greater. And then we do have a catch-all at the end within our code would allow for different citation levels as we ratchet it up. So that's the enforcement component, which is a big component of what Met's asking for. It needs to be auditable, if you will. It needs to have a standard process. So we're using our existing municipal code for that. And the outreach component is a very big and key component. You've probably noticed some of our signs that we put up trying to get that message out there. And we're trying to avoid a little bit of the message whiplash, if you will. That's the term that we're using. And we don't want to go too far overboard if all of a sudden we're going to change to no watering at some point in time, but we want to get that message out as much as possible. So that means any and all mechanisms, social media, print, bill stuffers, the changeable message signs that you're seeing. We even going to partner with Met and Kaigas on their larger approaches, whether that's radio or advertisement. We want to make sure it's also in English and Spanish. And so we're looking at addressing all of those opportunities, newspaper ads. So any way we can get the message out, we want to make sure we're doing that. But again, we want to be careful about that whiplash of going, okay, well, it's 1 day a week now, maybe it's 0 days a week. We just got to be a little careful of that. But we certainly want to get out there as strong as possible about conserving, regardless of how you're going to do it. That's a key component of that. I wanted to add one other thing, and we're going to try to do as much visual as possible. So we're talking about signage, whether that's yard signs in our park. So there's another opportunity for us to get that out, because sometimes some folks don't have social media or aren't maybe listening to the radio or reading the newspaper. So trying to get all kinds of different medias out there so that we can get that message out. Did that answer the 3 parts?
Good. Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for bringing this item forward. We've been hearing about it for a couple of weeks now. And I first have to say that I very much appreciate having the live presentation. And I hope that the number of folks who are watching now live or will watch this presentation when it's rerun on the city's television channels or watch it later online will have the benefit of seeing this information presented live and then hearing questions and interaction. So thank you for the presentation, very much appreciated. A couple questions that I have. For any residents who live in HOAs where they may have regulations or CC&Rs around lawn maintenance, will these regulations supersede those particular rules that people in HOAs have to abide by?
Our requirements will supersede any of those requirements. I believe, I'm going to look back to get a nod from Megan, but I think that's the case. Yes, that's correct. So our regulations will supersede any, and I believe the governor made that requirement a while back. So it still stays.
Thank you for that. And that being said, I noticed it mentioned in the presentation, but just so folks can hear it again, do we still have rebates available to folks for replacement of their lawns with artificial or drought tolerant landscaping in their homes?
I'm going to bring Megan up here. She'll be able to answer that specific question. So.
Okay.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Megan Schneider. I'm the Water Conservation and Outreach Supervisor within the Water Division. Your question was in regards to rebates, and we do partner with Cayugas and Metropolitan on their rebates and provide our residents with the opportunity to apply for those rebates. Like Dan mentioned earlier in his presentation, there is a $3 per square foot rebate for turf removal. How they are addressing the issue with the drought, like stated, they don't want you to plant and do the project currently because of the water restrictions. We still want, your plants to survive when you do that project. So they're putting that part on hold, and then they'll allow you to come back and plant later. So this is like a great opportunity. If you're going down to the 1 day a week watering schedule, take advantage of getting on that application list and applying for that rebate. So when the time comes, when we do have the supplies, you're able to do a drought tolerant landscape. And then in the future, this 1 day a week watering schedule won't affect your landscape as much. The rebate is for landscape transformation. There is no artificial turf in that rebate program.
Okay, thank you for that. I very much appreciate it.
Yeah.
So going from that then, would either anyone on staff or folks from Cayugas be able to speak to recommendations? There was a slide about a person's kind of typical use for the day, represented in gallons. Are there recommendations on how an individual can lower their daily use of water?
So that's part of our outreach plan, is providing residents with informational items, as well as providing them with classes such as landscape classes. Recently, we do a Fix a Leak month, and we provide our residents with a Fix a Leak class to learn about fixing leaks within their home and water usage. So that's going to be part of our outreach efforts, is providing more of these classes, more of these informations. We plan on being out in the community as often as possible with booths such as places like the Insect Festival, the Multicultural Festival. We were recently at the Farmers Market at Plaza Park, just with a booth with information to provide residents.
Okay. And just very quickly, are there any other small practical behavioral changes people can do to reduce their water usage? Things like shutting off the water when you're brushing your teeth, or, washing your hands efficiently, that kind of stuff?
Yes, of course. You could take shorter showers, save that water from your shower to use for other things like watering plants on your patio. Like you said, turning off the faucet while brushing your teeth. All those little actions together will make a big impact.
Okay. And I think Mr. Wolf has something.
I think one of the most telling signs for me, and probably Megan will confirm, is some people don't recognize when they use water. And so understanding that they may have sprinklers running at night and they're not aware of it. So just recognizing and understanding that you could be using water when you're not even thinking about it. And so that sometimes is a big surprise to folks. Like, why am I using so much water at this time? And they don't realize their sprinklers on for 15 minutes at 1 a.m. So just knowledge, I think that is a key component, is understanding your water use, especially if you have a irrigation system. I think that would be the focus, in my opinion, is making sure you understand how your irrigation is running and when it's running and how often it's running. So that's a big one, at least I noticed.
Thank you for that. And I'll say, with our our existing CDC guidelines that existed far before the pandemic happened, but in hand washing, for folks who want to use soap, the friction is really what they're looking for in eliminating any germs or bacteria that are on your hands. But really just getting your hands wet a little bit and then lathering with soap if you choose to use it for 20 seconds, as opposed to running the water the whole 20 seconds you're there, adding friction to your hands to wash those off, get those oils off. That 20 seconds goes a long way with just running water. And when you think about it, it's just going down the drain, serving no other purpose than to run. So things like that. Thank you for sharing those. My last question is, it was mentioned about some of the, watering once a week now. Are there any other discouraged or even prohibited activities we can see, such as washing the side of your house with a garden hose, or car washing activities, or anything like that we should be aware of?
Yes. So currently in our city code, there's water waste prohibited. Some of that includes, like you were saying, washing hard surfaces with potable water, no outdoor irrigation within the 48 hours of a rain event, no water runoff from your sprinklers, so no wet pavement, just making sure you clean those hard surfaces with a broom. Prompt leak repair, washing vehicles, taking them to a designated wash facility that recycles their water.
Okay, all right. And
If I may,
yes,
Councilmember Tarana, we do have set municipal code limits. So when we do our ordinance, it's above and beyond, or resolution, sorry, it's above and beyond what's already set as a minimum requirement. So what Megan was reading from, actually, it's a really good section of our municipal code that talks about water waste prohibitions, if you will. And so those are standing prohibitions that the council's adopted. These don't change with stage 2 or stage 3. These are standing prohibitions that the council has recognized as water conservation efforts. And it's a good list of just reminding folks about some of the normal things. Just again, not using water to clean your driveway, or having restaurants, you should be asking for water instead of getting water, delivered without being asked for. Those are standing requirements, and that's a good list of the ordinance, or from our ordinance. So
okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm hoping that those items can maybe be included in our messaging that is created if this item moves forward. Well, after this item moves forward, I don't think we have much of a choice in this matter, given the presentation we just saw and where things are going with water. So thank you all very much. I much appreciate it.
And while discussing outreach, I would like to highlight a few other projects that Water Division staff is working on. So staff is working on an in-reach program to provide all city staff with information on the drought and the restrictions and how to report water waste. We are also creating a water conservation hotline that will go directly to water conservation staff to address any issues that residents may have in terms of what are the restrictions, how they could apply for rebates, what programs we're offering, if that's classes, what events we'll be at. And this is just a way to directly reach city staff that could help them with these issues. We also have a program that we call the Blue Box program, where all Water Division vehicles contain a blue box with water-saving devices and flyers with information should they interact with a resident out in the field.
Thank you. Councilmember Perrello.
Thank you very much for all of the speakers. If I can get the gentleman from Cayugas. At the governmental meeting, you were asked some very hard questions and you didn't dance around. I appreciate that. You were asked a question with respect to the water reduction to residential units, and you were asked a question specifically about business and commercial. How is that going to impact business and commercial?
Right. So most immediately would be the turf that's around any of the businesses and commercial properties. There's obviously a recognition that commercial and business use itself is very critical and essential. That's the reason why that we recommend the 1 day a week watering restriction, because the intent and the focus of a 1 day a week watering restriction is on ornamental landscaping, right? And so Oxnard itself is very efficient on a gallons per capita per day basis, but to focus efforts on the non-functional turf and the residential turf is the intent of what we're talking about tonight.
If this gets worse, do you foresee a restriction coming from Cayugas to the businesses that use water to operate? Not just the car washes, but the produce washers, manufacturing, anything that's using cleaners.
Right. And so what's nice is that the state is allowing us to receive health and safety water supplies, right? And so incorporated in that, right, the state already believes, the last drought, we were more efficient than 55 gallons per capita per day within California. So the state even has this recognition that they think 55 is a little too high just for indoor water uses. And there's some incorporation of these other essential needs within that block of water. And so if it gets worse, right, if the 1 day a week watering does not achieve the conservation goals that we had hoped to set out to achieve, then there could be that follow-up mandate, right, where it's either no outdoor water use or we all default to that volumetric allocation. And so right now I mentioned that allocation is 80 gallons per capita per day. Now, over time, if we don't see the conservation, that 80 will degrade and decrease all the way down to 55 gallons per capita per day. And so if you were to compare the two, what's the difference between a no outdoor water use mandate and 55 gallons per capita per day? Pretty close. And so that would be the second step here if the 1 day a week watering were to fail.
In your professional experience, if we get stuck with 55 gallons and we don't get any more storms, how many years can we go out surviving with what we have in the lakes?
Right. And so what's nice was that the April storms had came in, and that's put more water into Oroville than was expected back in March when they made the announcement from 15% to 5%. So they are preserving that ability to continue that block of water through next year because it's very unlikely we're going to have another December like we just did last year. What we really need is, the big story with this past water year was it didn't matter so much the total accumulated precipitation we got. It was how you accumulated it, right? We can't accumulate all of our snow in 1 month and then it runs off. And then you get some very surprising storms in April. But, we need that kind of regular precipitation and accumulation to occur so that the snowpack peaks around the springtime. We didn't see that. Our snowpack peaked early winter, and that's a problem.
Couple more questions. With respect to gray water, do you have any recommendations with respect to gray water that you share with your customers?
Yeah, so we're actually working with the county. I think they're going to put a story in one of the local publications here on laundry to landscape. And so a simple laundry to landscape gray water system is very popular. It doesn't require as many plan checks or a bit like permit regulations typically. And so to use your laundry system and to have a very simple laundry to landscape conversion to irrigate some trees or just some specific plants around your property, that's a great program and something that we'll definitely work with Oxnard staff to get more information out to the public on gray water.
Okay, just two more questions. You mentioned Los Angeles was in a problem because of sublimation. I wished I would have been able to stop you, and I would make a recommendation that whenever you take this somewhere else, you take a pointer with you so you can help us because it helps.
Right.
What did you mean by the sublimation that LA did that put them in a jam?
Right, it's a phenomenon there. So the Owens Valley supply, right, takes from the other side of the Sierras. And what happened with their supply, right, their snowpack was they saw that it just sublimated, right? It skips the liquid phase entirely. And so when that happens, your watershed is now just a very dry sponge. And so your remaining snowpack, it's not hitting down all the way to their conveyance facilities to convey it through the LA aqueduct. And so for LA, the LA aqueduct is their own local source of supply. And when it's not there, they have to shift on to Metropolitan, which is the supplemental water provider for us all. And they rely, right, they're a state water contractor on the state water project system. And so with LA being the largest draw from that, we're all in this together, right? And LA's GPCD there is already very, very efficient. Areas like Las Virgenes, not so efficient. And that's just the makeup of their service area, right? Cayugas itself, our GPCD on the aggregate for the entire Southeast Ventura County area, it's about 170 GPCD. And so to get down to 80, that's a huge lift. And so that's something that with the 1 day a week watering, we're hope that we can make significant strides on in the months ahead.
Can you back up and explain the numbers you used and the acronyms you used?
Sure. So GPCD, right, gallons per capita per day. And the city of LA already very efficient on a GPCD basis because they have the majority of the 6.6 million population that's impacted by this, right? So when they don't have the Owens Valley supply normally, they have to swing and shift on to supplies from Metropolitan Water District. They're a supplemental water provider, similar to how Cayugas is a supplemental water provider to Oxnard. And so when LA's Owens Valley supply is sublimated, right, and it's down to a trickle, they have to rely on Metropolitan's water resources to meet their demands. Now, Metropolitan's water resources, it's Colorado River and it's State Water Project. Now, LA, the San Fernando Valley is the area that's predominantly impacted by this, right? That would be the area that they have to convey that state water supplies down to meet demands. Now, the big issue for LA was they just went to 2 day a week watering. I don't know if you saw that in the news with Garcetti's announcement a few weeks ago. And what they did was they included their whole city in the restrictions because they have areas that are south and west that aren't typically, they could shift on to Colorado River water. So LA, it's a big issue for them because how do they want to handle this? Do they want to handle this as one city or just put the San Fernando Valley on restrictions for the state water project supply?
In the last question, and I give you credit for even tackling the last question. that they asked you at that organization. With the state making the mandate for more and more housing and the water in the situation that we have now, do you foresee that the price of water that you supply will go up to limit who gets water and who can afford water? Or will it be stabilized, everybody gets the same price? Or will it go to something to the effect, the rich can afford the water and the poor are out of luck?
Well, yeah,
How do
there's
you,
a, there's a
and I
lot.
know you're not God, but I'm just, what do you, I'd like to hear and I'd
Right.
like to share with the rest of the council. Because that organization made a big mistake when they don't tape those meetings. There were 3 water agencies that gave a lot of good information. They shared the power slides, but the picture, they say, is worth 1,000 words. But when you miss the words that were given, you miss the whole thing. So
Right.
can you share it?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack in that question. The issue with balancing the needs for housing and water supply, they're both huge issues, right? And you need to understand that we're facing multiple crises right now, right? With the housing shortage and the stressors on our state water project supply. It reminds Callegas and us at our district of how it was when we were first formed in the 50s. The Southeast Ventura County looked a lot different in 1960 than it does today in 2022. And you have to take the long-term view of both of those issues, right? The newer housing stock that is being created and is mandated, right, that needs to be built in this area is inherently more water efficient. Plumbing code standards have been updated. It's more high density, multi-use development. And the areas that have the ornamental landscaping, that's what we're focused on. Because if we can make the savings with the landscaping, then the water restrictions will work and we will all succeed together. Now you mentioned price increases, right? And the cost of water. And that's a challenge, right? Because water is a managed resource and that you have to have with something like that, base blocks of water for just critical drinking water needs, right? And this is a human right to water issue as well. So it's not that we can just on a dime flip and go to drought pricing without a rigorous process that takes into consideration the cost to serve that water. The stuff that we built before CEQA, like the State Water Project, is our cheapest source of supply. To build new sources of supply costs a whole lot more. And it's challenging for an area that's at the end of the pipe, like the Cayuga service area in Southeast Ventura County, where options are limited. Oxnard is in a great position because you've got neighbors that have supply options. You have options that you're looking at as well that could increase your reliability and your resilience in the future, but it costs money and it takes significant community investment to get behind these projects to put them forward in your city.
Thank you very much. And the reason I asked about the money was because I'm being asked questions. Well, if I'm going to have to cut down the watering in my yard and I drive by the golf course and the grass is green, what message does that send to a resident of this city or anywhere? Do you have any, is Callegas going to make anything with respect to golf courses?
So there's no specific requirements in Callegas's documents about the golf course. So the golf course does not use state water project water. It's on its own wells. So there is no regulation specifically from this process that would be on the golf course. It's written in the staff report. If council wanted to make a different direction on the golf course, we would look for that alternative direction and bring something back to council. But right now it doesn't get served with state water project. And as mentioned in the beginning, only 40% of Oxnard's water is coming from state water project. It comes from other sources. 60% comes from groundwater. And so the golf course actually has its own wells and pumps its own groundwater. So they would not be required to put any of these restrictions in place, absent of the governing body of the golf course, which is the council. If there's a direction, we would bring that back to council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not have any public speakers. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, what will be the pleasure of council?
I'll move approval of the updated or the recommended action, including the resolution and the rescinding of the previous resolution.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilwoman Lopez and a second by Councilmember Perrello, and a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello, Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 620.
Okay, thank you all very much. We've done L4 and L5 already, so that will take us to item L6. Subject is fiscal year 2022-23 landscape maintenance districts initiation of proceedings, declaration of intention to levy and collect assessments, and scheduling a public hearing. The recommendation is that the city council, acting as the legislative body of the city of Oxnard Landscape Maintenance Districts, LMDs, adopt a resolution initiating proceedings for the annual levy and collection of assessments for fiscal year 2022-23 within the city's LMDs, and also adopt a resolution declaring intention to levy and collect assessment for fiscal year 2022-23 within the city's LMD pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972. Pursuant to Measure M, there was a pre-recorded presentation on the city's YouTube channel. And are there any questions for staff or clarifications? Councilmember Perillo?
If landscape maintenance district number 13 is going to be specifically talked about, I have to leave the dais as I live in that area.
This is just initiating the process. We're not going to talk about the LMDs until next time we come back. Okay. Any other questions for staff? And we do have a public speaker, Miss Alicia Purcell. L7, okay, never mind then. Okay, any other comments on this issue or questions for staff? If not, I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Madam Clerk, I made the motion, second by Councilmember Madrigal. A roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perillo. Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Let's give her a chance to come back.
We're having a translation, I believe.
Okay. I'll start over. It takes us to item L7, the City Attorney Department, setting November election for term limits measure and selecting members of City Council to sign the argument against the measure. Recommendation is that one, City Council adopt a resolution titled as follows. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard ordering an election to be held on November 8th, 2022, to consider the adoption of a measure titled, quote, term limits for the mayor and council members, extension of the mayor's term from 2 years to 4 years. It says staring, but I imagine it should say starting in 2022, and requesting that the county clerk conduct the election and authorizing the Board of Supervisors to canvass the returns. And then number 2 is authorize one or more members of the city council to sign the argument against the initiative measure, legislative body of city council. And are there any questions or comments for staff on this item?
If I may, I would like to give just a brief overview of how we got here tonight and the process going forward.
Certainly.
As was laid out, this is the last item of tonight's meeting, and there's 2 items before you tonight. To put the proposed ballot measure on the November ballot, and then to select one or more members of the city council to sign an argument against the proposed measure. So we start back to November and December of 2019, when the ballot measure qualified for the ballot. And At that point in time, the city council considered whether or not to put it on the November 2020 ballot or adopt it. They made the decision at that time to adopt the measure, which is called the term limits for the mayor and council members extension of the mayor's term from 2 to 4 years, starting in 2022. That occurred on January 21st, 2021. 6 weeks later, the voters considered the adoption of Measure B, which is called the Oxnard Government Accountability and Ethics Act, which is approved by Oxnard voters by a margin of 5-1, 25,393 votes to 5,395 against. After Measure B was enacted by the voters, and that measure did supersede the term limits ordinance, the proponents filed a lawsuit seeking to require the city to place that original term limits measure on the November 2020 ballot. That did not occur because the Superior Court Judge Walsh ruled against the proponents. However, the proponents appealed to the Court of Appeals, and recently they indicated that the city was required to put this measure on the ballot on November 2022. So the first action would take, and if you could separate them out, that would be helpful. So the first action would be to adopt the resolution, which places this on the ballot for November 2022. Then the second item is to select at least one of your members to sign on to submit a ballot argument against the measure. State law allows the city council to authorize one or more of its members to sign the measure. If you choose not to authorize, then any person or bona fide group could sign on to that argument. So you would, in essence, lose control of the ballot argument against the term limit measure. So happy to answer any questions you may have as we go forward.
Okay, Councilmember Turan.
Oh, my apologies. I was going to ask if Mr. Rozell would mind summarizing what's in front of us, and he just did. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Purcell, you wish to provide a comment?
I guess I shouldn't be surprised that this agenda item is the last subject of the evening so that your audience will be as small as possible.
I'm sorry, just a sec. Could you start the clock for us, Madam Clerk? Thank you. My apologies.
Sure. This ballot measure should have been on the November 2020 ballot, but on the advice of your top managerial staff, the council instead acted illegally to keep it off the ballot until a unanimous appeals court ordered you to take this vote tonight. So for the public's benefit, here are some excerpts from the appeal court ruling ordering you to put this on the ballot. The court said the quote, "City Council enacted an ordinance that served to deny voters their rights guaranteed by the election code. Here we restore their rights," end quote. Referencing this ballot measure, the court says the council actions rendered it, quote, "a nullity, depriving the voters of the opportunity to decide the issue of term limits," end quote. The court said the city, quote, "deprived the citizens who signed the initiative of the remedy they sought and to which they were entitled," end quote. And what's worse is that in the October 15th, 2019 council meeting, when the council is placing its own measure on the ballot, the city manager and city attorney expressed an understanding of the very law which was the basis for the court ruling that your actions regarding this measure were illegal. They knew about the law, but just 3 months later, the city attorney openly advised the council to act in a way that was contrary to that law. Immediately before this council's vote on January 21st, 2020, the council went into closed session under false pretenses, apparently. When your staff described the scheme to you, I remember the night well. Those of us in the council chambers could hear raucous laughter emanating from the back room as you talked about what you were about to do. When you emerged from the back, some of you were still visibly laughing as you voted to deny voters their rights. You were proud of the scheme, maybe thought it was clever. Ms. Basua flashed a giant grin at staff as she voted to deny voters their rights. Ms. Lopez was laughing so hard that she had to put a hand over her face to try to hide it as she voted to deny voters their rights. Installing this measure for 2 years provided a personal benefit to some of you, as it served to lengthen the amount of consecutive time a person can stay on the council In other words, you acted to benefit yourselves at the expense of basic rights of the voters whom you pretend to represent. So I guess really the big picture question is whether you've learned from the experience. And unfortunately, there are signs that perhaps you haven't, but time will tell. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments by Councilmember Turan?
Yes, I would like a chance for rebuttal, if you wouldn't mind.
Certainly.
First, I must strongly disagree with Ms. Purcell's characterization. They're false and they simply did not occur. One other interesting point that I would note in that the day before the council adopted this measure, instead of putting it on the ballot, their lawyer wrote a letter to the city and the city's council saying that they should consider one of the options under state law. And they cited a specific code section. And one of those code sections is adoption of the ordinance by the council. So their own lawyer, before the council took the action, agreed with the approach the city took. Then after the council adopted it, then the attorney flipped and took a different position. So for Ms. Purcell to make these outrageous comments is inappropriate, unprofessional, and is not consistent with the facts. So I would recommend that you first adopt the resolution, and then if after that occurs, if you could select one or more council members to sign on to the ballot argument against this measure.
Thank you very much for your comments. Councilmember Turan, your comments?
I have my comments, but they're mainly toward the second item or the second piece of this before us tonight. So I'd be willing to make the motion right now for the first item that Mr. Rozell is mentioning about the resolution,
Okay.
put this
Madam
on the
Clerk,
ballot.
For the record, we're going to split this. We're going to do the first recommendation as an independent vote. Councilmember Turan, you're making a motion to approve that?
Yes.
And do we have a second? We have a second by Councilwoman Basua. Councilmember? Go ahead.
I would like to thank the city attorney for making the comments that he did after the public speaker. All due respect to the public speaker. Facts and evidence matter. Facts and evidence matter. And if that letter from your attorney, which the attorney quoted, is a member of public record, you may want to get a copy of that letter. I hope the reporter that's watching this does, because facts and evidence matter. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rozell.
Okay, thank you. We will take, Madam Clerk will take a vote on number one, the adoption of the resolution.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello, Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to the second bullet point, or the second numeral: authorize one or more members of the city council to sign the argument against the initiative measure. And Councilmember Turan, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you. So I first want to thank the speaker tonight for coming out here in person to provide comment. I appreciate the quotes from the ruling as well. I have to imagine that had there been the allowance of a live presentation tonight, we could have potentially seen those quotes live in the staff presentation on the screen, but we aren't able to do that. So I do want to say that I appreciate Mr. Rozell adding context and a lens for us to look at this through. So that way, I wasn't on the council at the time, but I was certainly following this item and all the ballot measures that came up in 2020. And I have to say that I read every single one, even though the ones I received were in about 4-point font that I had to read, and that's okay. But for this particular one on the term limits, it did make the mayor's term 4 years versus 2, which Measure B did as well. And the thing that I objectively couldn't get past, and I asked this during a forum and didn't receive an answer from the proponents, to my recollection, was how it's mathematically limited how the hypothetical situation they bring up could occur where somebody serves 2 terms. For Measure B, they were saying somebody will serve out their terms and then they'll become mayor, or the mayor will become a council member. They will switch seats, I believe is the term that was used during the arguments against Measure B, and why this particular one was, in their words, better than Measure B's term limits, which are 3 terms. From my point of view, 2 terms in government, in serving in public office, that is barely enough time for a council member to get their feet wet and really understand the role of what they're doing. I have to commend Councilmember Madrigal and Perello and Mayor Pro Tem, who've been here already for that amount of time. And then Councilwoman Wasua and Councilwoman Lopez also have been here longer than me and are moving into additional terms. To put it in perspective, just hypothetically, Councilmember Lopez was just reelected in 2020. Had this been enacted during her original run, I believe that after 2 terms, that'd be it. She would be out. She would no longer be eligible to run anymore. And the other thing it prevents is a council member who serves a number of terms and then decides maybe they would like to run for mayor if that seat were open, or they decide to run against the incumbent. And after 2 terms, if that person can no longer run for any elected office in the city of Oxnard, or not council member or not mayor, so are we always going to have very green new mayors in the seat? Someone with little or no council experience? It's odd to me that we would limit our options, especially for the mayor's seat. And I hope that the public can think to yourselves, think about if you've ever had an inexperienced boss coming into your workplace who maybe is fairly new, or they don't have a lot of management experience, and what that feels like as someone who is under them to kind of be directed by someone with little experience. So you want someone with experience, and I think 2 terms, 3 terms, whatever it is, someone should be able to have public service as a council member under their belt and be a great candidate for mayor, versus limiting that and saying, you've served your 2 terms, thank you very much, you can't do anything else for 2 years. So I just throw that out there. The other part of that is the mathematical part of this is there's only so many people who have chosen to run, and are we just going to cycle through all of them and then eventually we have people repeat? Or it's just odd to me that we would limit the choice of the voters on who they think should serve them in these council seats and in the mayor's seat. And my last point on that is limiting it to 2 terms, even limiting it to 3 terms, which Measure B did, but limiting it to 2 terms for sure, that seems to take away the right of the voters to maintain who they see as fit for these offices. And so those are my thoughts on the matter. And again, I read this one inside and out, but it ended up playing out the way it played before Measure B came into play. But I know we're having discussion here. When the time comes, I'd be willing to be one of the, I'd be willing to volunteer to be a council member to sign this argument against the measure. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And my little magic box has completely died here, so I don't know if anybody else wants to speak or not. If you do, just say so. Okay, so we have one recommendation for, okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Perello.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Sitting on the council is sometimes trying, sometimes enjoyable, most of the time interesting, and you find out real quick if you enjoy it or you don't enjoy it. You want to get on, you want to get off. There have been people that have been on the council in the past that have served 1 term at their choice. I think personally If we look at term limits and we look at what happens to the historic knowledge that goes when people that are termed out, and we make a determination in our own mind, was the guy good or was the guy bad? But when you lose historical knowledge of what has happened, you hurt yourself. And then you fall upon city staff to call the shots. And that isn't always good. This city has a history in the past of possibly doing that too much. I do see a reason for having term limits. I don't see the reason for this. If the voters are unhappy with the elected official, now that we're in council districts, specifically, you're in council districts. If they're unhappy with your work, they'll get you out. They'll get somebody else to run. The same thing with council members, mayors, city clerk, city treasurer. I don't believe that the term limit is the best thing for the city of Oxnard. And I'm not saying that to cover my ass. I think it's not the best thing for the city of Oxnard. There are people on this council that have got a lot of history, and there are people on this council that are quick learners. If they came up against the term limit, it would be a loss to the residents. If any of you have ever attended candidate forums, some in this building, when there have been over a dozen people and questions are asked, you learn very quickly who's been paying attention and who hasn't, whether they're elected or not. And I think it's ill-serving of the residents of the city with everything that's happened in the city to initiate term limits. This term limit issue came up with a lot of other things at a time when the public had lost a lot of trust in the city of Oxnard. I believe the public is regaining the trust. I hope, but I do believe that. And I would support, I'd put my name on this, no problem. Stand up anywhere and anytime, put my name on this. I think it's wrong to cut down somebody. If you want to do anything, as a voter, you pay attention to what's going on. If you vote for a sign, a last name, somebody's good looks, you get what you deserve. But if you limit the options that you have, you also get what you deserve. And I think you deserve a better choice. And term limits does not accommodate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other comments, I'm hearing that Councilmember Turan and Councilmember Perrello are willing to be the two signatories on the issue.
There,
Any other council members wish to?
I would move to approve Councilmember Turan and Councilmember Perrello to be the two signers.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Lopez and a second by Councilmember Basua. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes, and thank you for this opportunity.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
I apologize. I missed, we have a caller who would like to talk. Mr. Nguyen, my apologies. I'm not used to this technology yet. Can't hear you. You're
Alex, we
muted.
can't hear you.
Thank you. I believe there are up to 5 signatures possible for this. Is that correct, Mr. Roselle?
That is correct. Up to 5 people can sign the argument and the rebuttal.
Do we have to identify all 5 people or can they be selected? Since we have 2 regular appointees, can we add on or do we have to identify them?
No, you could, at this point in time, the city council has authorized 2, so that allows this to go forward. So as long as the process is followed, especially with the rebuttals, we can add as needed.
So we can't add additional
Yes,
names?
that's correct.
Okay. I mean, I'd be happy to do it on the first side if that would make it any
I mean, it
easier.
would, ideally, you would select them tonight. That way there's
But the only problem is we've already voted on it. I don't know. We'll have to figure out.
You could do Steve, I mean, we could do a motion for reconsideration since no one has left.
You can do another motion to add more names.
I'd make that motion.
Okay. Okay, we have We have a motion by Councilmember Perrello and a second by Councilwoman Lopez to add additional names. I'd be happy to be one of those names.
I will add my name as well.
So we have suggestions of myself and Councilmember Lopez to be added on to that list.
I was the no vote the last time, so I'm not signing.
Okay, third name will be Councilwoman Basua.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
We'd like to confirm that the additional council members are Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, Councilmember Basua,
And Councilmember Lopez.
and Councilmember Lopez. Thank you. Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. And if my calculations are correct, that was the last item that we needed to address.
Mayor Pro Tem, for the record, if I could please go back to reports, back to item L6.
L6.
Yes. We had a first by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, a second by Councilmember Lopez. And I would like to also get Councilmember Lopez vote, as she was away from the dais at the moment of the vote.
Sure.
For L6, I wasn't,
No, you're in the back.
yeah, but I think you said I seconded the motion?
Oh, no, it's just a motion to
Okay.
initiate the process.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. I still think that we're at the end of our meeting unless there's any outstanding business to take care of. If not, we will stand adjourned. Thank you all.